2021 Evanston Preservation Commission meeting to order. Looks like we have a quorum of 6 commissioners present. So our first order of business is the suspension of the rules as a result of the governor's executive order. The preservation commissioners and city staff will be participating in this meeting electronically or by telephone. Consequently, we will have a roll call vote for every motion. And if I could get a commissioner to please make a motion to suspend the rules and allow virtual meeting.
I move that we suspend the rules and allow a virtual meeting.
And a second. Thank you.
I second.
Okay, so Mark and then Elliot second. And then Mr. Sterling, do you want to do the roll call vote?
I'll take the roll call vote. Commissioner Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Reinhold,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, no, go- I couldn't.
Commissioner Idle,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, so looks like we have 6, 7, 8 commissioners now. So 8-0. So moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very full agenda tonight, as I'm sure you noticed. So in hopes of getting through all the applications expeditiously, we will ask for the applicants to limit their presentation times to 10 minutes or less, and any public comment to be limited to 2 minutes or less per individual. And we will remind you of that as we keep moving forward. So starting with the old business, Mr. Sterling, if you want to go ahead and introduce the first application.
2404 Ridge Avenue, public hearing of economic hardship, case number 20 PRES 0308. Rick Schweitzer, owner of record, applies for a certificate of economic hardship following the September 29th City Council's decision to not accept an appeal of the Preservation Commission denial of the COA of August 11, 2020. I do have a little bit of a background on this because it's a little unusual compared to other cases. So to initiate the public hearing, first we'll have a motion to open the hearing and then receive a second, and we'll take a roll call on that. Once the hearing has been opened, Mr. Schweitzer shall be given an opportunity to present testimony and evidence supporting the case. I've discussed with him previously how we'll format this, but I recommend that the testimony be kept to evidence which was not previously deliberated during the previous application for economic hardship, which was denied. Upon the conclusion of, I think 10 minutes is reasonable in what we agreed to, Rick. Commissioners will provide time to ask questions of the applicant. Upon the conclusion of questions, we'll have public comment. I think we should limit the public comment to at least 2 minutes, or a minimum of 2 minutes, or maximum of 2 minutes rather. And then the testimony from Mr. Schweitzer should include only new information which was not previously relayed to the commissioners during the previous 2 COAs, which were denied either. So the case for economic hardship has one standard. It's in section 2810B, and that should be the focus of the deliberation. Whether denial of the modified certificate of appropriateness on August 11th resulted in denial of all reasonable use and return from the property. There is one clarifying point. I did talk to commissioners previously and said that the proposed subdivision, which the commission gave a positive recommendation for, was approved by council. It was denied by council in November, so a slight clarification. And I believe Mr. Schweitzer is here.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead, and if I could get a commissioner to make a motion to open the public hearing for 2404 Ridge Avenue.
Do that. I move that we open the public hearing for 2404 Ridge Avenue.
Second, anyone? Thank you, Beth. Okay, roll call vote. Mr. Sterling?
Commissioner Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Reinhold,
Yes.
Commissioner Bowden,
Yes.
Commissioner Idle,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick.
Yes.
Okay, motion passed 8-0. Mr. Schweitzer, if you want to go ahead and present your new evidence for your certificate of economic hardship.
Thank you. Good evening. I'll try to be brief in light of your heavy schedule. Here tonight to petition, as you know, for a retro approval for a recently denied COA for alterations made to the accessory structure at 2404 Ridge, also commonly known as the barn. The applicable standard we addressed tonight found in section 8, as Kate mentioned, and reads, I'll read again, the commission shall only approve an application for a certificate of economic hardship upon a determination that the denial of the certificate of appropriateness has resulted in the denial of all reasonable use of and return from the property. The denial of the certificate of appropriateness has clearly and certainly resulted in the denial of all reasonable use of and return from the property to us. Without the Historic Preservation COA, the city has refused to issue a certificate of occupancy in spite of the fact that all reconstruction is complete, conforming to all codes, and has passed the final building inspections on the building permit. There is nothing left to comply and rent the barn as a compliance ADU except this COA. We are handcuffed and unable to realize the economic benefits of properly leasing this property. The lost revenue is between $3,500 and $4,000 per month, were it to be rented as a separate unit. We have been constrained from realizing this revenue, although we have the substantial costs of maintenance, upkeep, and property taxes on a monthly basis. Importantly, we also have the cost, emotional, energetic, and otherwise unpleasant, of dealing with angry neighbor objections that do not stop and have required the police force to intervene on harassment charges. Notably, these people have no concern with historic preservation and only object endlessly to the compliant leasing of the barn as an ADU. It's financially untenable to reconstruct the barn structure to accommodate the changes, however they may appear on the exterior, as many structures from the roof on down would need to be redone. The roof has just been redone this summer, but to add the 3 skylights that we removed from the east elevation back to the west, as per the original COA, represents an enormous and unthinkable new roof on a new roof and completely unnecessary. Add to the above the days of Corona, where life is increasingly fragile for many, including our current tenants who contracted COVID. Our business has been virtually shuttered since March 5th, 2020. We have dug deep using both government provided resources as well as savings to keep some employees going on a full-time basis and their families with food on the table. It is real. Our main source of revenue are expeditions to the North Pole. It appears this morning that this March-April expedition will once again be scrapped for 2021. There is little left for us through 2021. Our ability this year is different from our last application for this economic hardship. Even as we all know, times are very difficult and keeping the doors open and people employed has become impossible to some extent. For the first time in 35 years or more, some of our very long-time employees applied for unemployment as the new year opened. Personally embarrassing for me, but very true. We can only hope it's a short-lived period of such serious economic drought for us. We have no funds to put to the above. We would far sooner gift what we may find to our employees of 35 years who are now on the dole. Approval of the COA will allow us to finally to realize some benefit from our long-suffering and expensive efforts at preserving this historic and derelict barn just when we need it most. The standard we're addressing again is that you on the commission shall only approve an application for a certificate of economic hardship upon a determination that the denial of the certificate of appropriateness has resulted in the denial of all reasonable use of and return from the property. And so it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. So do any of the commissioners have questions for the applicant?
Oh, I have a question for Cade about the definition of hardship.
I
Is
did,
that appropriate now?
I did discuss the definition of hardship as well as the definition of what's reasonable with the city attorney, and it's really up to your discretion.
Cade, is it my understanding that you cannot claim hardship if it's demonstrable that that the property owner has caused the hardship?
I'm not sure. Brian, are you on the call?
Yeah, I think that's something that you can take into account when making your decision.
Okay, Commissioner Simon, you have a question?
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, Stuart, I think I'd heard that this ordinance provision had hardly ever been used. So I don't think there's much precedent for it. I think we just have to interpret the words.
I've seen that in zoning hearings where before zoning board of appeals, that in fact, if you've built a non-conforming structure that you then can't claim that its non-conformance creates a hardship.
Okay, no, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, but I don't know about with respect to preservation.
I had just factual questions for the applicant. So I guess the first fact, is the barn currently rented and occupied?
The barn is, the residence is occupied by one couple, and they are using the barn as storage in a work spot
Okay,
under a temporary occupancy permit.
all right, so that you're.
But it's not rented as such.
Okay, so your desire is to separately rent the barn, and it isn't because there's
No.
of occupancy.
Our desire is to be able to separately rent it should we choose.
Okay, and then you had submitted some cost materials, cost information. Was that and I think it added up, if I'm recalling, it's not up on the screen, but like $70-some thousand. Was that the cost of basically modifying the barn to comply with the approved plan?
I think that was, I don't have that in front of me.
I have it in front of me, Chair Simon. And yeah, it was, I believe, $74,000 total. 72,650 was total, but I do believe, Mr. Schweitzer, that includes the skylights, which you have already completed, correct?
No, that's not correct. We removed the skylights from the east, but we would have to put them back in the west.
Okay.
I have a few questions. Somebody else
Of course.
does. As I understand it from what you've just said, I guess the first question is, can the barn be rented separately? Because there's some document in there that made it seem that it couldn't, and I understood, and I'll ask that of Cade as well. I don't think there's any zoning restriction that prevents them from renting it separately, is there? Or is this so that it hasn't received the certificate of occupancy?
Yeah, that's what he said. No CO has been issued.
That's right.
Or he's not allowed to lease it out or rent it? All right,
I think there's a pre-existing covenant on the property that disallows separate rental of the space as an ADU.
and I didn't quite understand that because of current Evanston zoning standards. There were several appraisals, and I'm assuming that was to show the value of the property. I'm not sure why there was more than one, but those seem to be of the main structure. And as best I could tell, they did not include the barn as part of the appraisal, which certainly gives you a very different number than if you combine both structures as part of the improvements. Am I correct? Because I didn't see that the barn was included by those appraisers. I'm asking this of Mr. Schweitzer.
So far as I know, every appraisal includes the entire property.
it reads as if it's a single.
It's not thinkable that it wouldn't, in fact. I mean, just like if you have an appraisal of your home, it would include your home and your garage or whatever structures may be there.
I think as I referred, when I looked through it, there's no mention of a secondary structure, and it seems to be describing one series of bedrooms, baths, and all the rest. And I don't see how he could be treating that as a single structure. If there were two structures, I think it would have been separated. And I also, and I don't know if this is old data or new, there's an undated letter from Corrigan and Clark. And, you know, this gets back to our entire issue. He indicates, you know, that the work was performed long ago, substantially completed, et cetera, but there's no mention of the fact that the work was not completed in compliance with the drawings that he prepared or the drawings that were in fact approved when the original COA was approved. And I'm wondering whether or not this letter was written either in a way not to deal with that issue or was written without his knowledge that it wasn't built in compliance, since that seems to be one of the primary issues here.
Can I address that?
Sure.
Kate, Mr. Sterling has asked me not to address the old issues, which you're addressing. But since you bring it up and you seem to make it relevant, I would like to. The building was reconstructed precisely with respect to the old drawings and the permit, with the exception of some window placement and skylight placement on either side. Those later received administrative approval from the HPC through Carlos Ruiz. Does that answer your question?
Well,
In other words, Mr. Clark has had no reason to think that it wasn't in accordance with the plans and the approved permits, which it was.
Well, I believe the letter says there was a building permit, but it doesn't mention the COA.
right.
And yeah, and that is kind of going down the same thing. You know, as I understand it, the drawings as originally submitted were reapproved because you had delayed starting the construction and then wanted to start the construction.
Well, but if you're saying, if you were to say that the approval and that somehow the approval by Carlos allowed those changes, then all that $70,000 of costs would be moot. The whole issue here is that you're indicating that you're having to expend $70,000+ to bring it into compliance with what had been approved. And not,
That's right, because of what you're insisting on. Mr. Chair, should we keep doing this? Kate had told me we're not doing this.
Yeah,
I'm happy to do it, but it seems like we're talking about the standard of
I agree.
economic hardship.
I think we all need to focus on the economic standard, the economic hardship standard, which is the denial of all reasonable use and return from the property. So there's
Kind of question there.
uh,
So the property is rented as one entity currently, and the current occupants of the house have use of the barn. Is that correct?
Yes, in a certain
So-
fashion.
So then
Not to live in, not to occupy.
but they're paying for the use of that space as a workshop or whatever they're using it for.
They are not. Emphatically, they are not.
So, but the rental
The
of
lease
the
and in the rent.
property allows them to use the space.
As a storage and a workspace, only under the current temporary occupancy permit. They emphatically are not leasing that space for, as a rental space.
No, that wasn't that they were re-renting the space, but the space is being used by people currently paying for the property.
They're not paying rent for the barn. I'm not sure if you're twisting the words or if we're
I'm
clear.
not, they're renting the whole property, which includes a house and a barn, and the people in the house have the ability to use the barn.
In a certain fashion. Only.
Correct. Rick,
And
I
they're
think
not
you
paying
understand that
additional for it.
Can't be habitable.
It cannot be habited. without an occupancy permit.
Correct.
Chair Simon, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's a question.
That's why we're here.
I'm trying to move it forward. I mean, I think we already determined that it's not, up for rehearing, that, while the barn was renovated and looks, having gone over there this weekend, looks to be in very good shape. It wasn't renovated in accordance with the original approval. And, at the time we decided that we felt that it lost a lot of the historic appearance. So the question then is, to move ahead, is whether this, whether the certificate of economic hardship is a viable remedy. I mean, I think just to hone in on it, there's clearly not a denial of all use, but of the property, but the denial of the reasonable return is more the issue. Clearly, the applicant could get a greater return if he could use it, and clearly the cost of reverting to the historical plan, the $70,000 in order to get the greater rent, is significant. I don't know that it's the denial of all return. I mean, I'm not sure it meets that standard. I guess the question that I keep coming back to is whether there is some way to deal with this other than, just the denial of use by the city. I don't know that the commission ever really intended by its rulings that the barn couldn't be rented. And I'm not sure where to take that. I'm not sure this is the right
So
that, but I don't know that we really decided that.
if the barn is brought into compliance by paying, the barn isn't rented as, the house is rented. The city has relatively recently made it so that structures like the barn, if they are, meet certain guidelines, can be rented to earn more income. So if the structure is brought into compliance with the original granted COA, then there's actually potentially much more income than you have been able to get by not initially, I mean, as Commissioner Cohen said initially, that, it was your decision to not comply with the COA that got us here in the first place, in terms of creating the problem. So if you spent the money to bring it into compliance, rather than it being a hardship, it would almost be a great investment, because then you could potentially get even more rental income than you have been able to date. Is that possible? Am I understanding that correctly?
No,
If a COA is, if
the denial of the COA is the denial of all reasonable use and return of the property. You have it right that the cost of maintaining this property year over year is very, very substantial. I didn't mention.
Yeah,
our
assuming
property
that
tax
that's
is doubled
true,
this year.
which let's assume that we grant that that's true, because clearly if you can't rent the thing because you have no COA, you can't get a return on your previous investment.
Thank you.
However, it's clear from all the documentation that this was caused by your refusal or decision not to comply with the original requirements for a COA. So this is a catch-22, and rather than chasing our tails with all of the documentation that you've thrown at it, maybe somebody here has an idea for how we resolve this matter, because I don't think from everything that I've heard that it's resolvable.
I mean, the fact that the COA, if the applicant actually went and did the work to comply with the COA, then they'd have the COA and they could move forward with all the other things too, correct?
I guess.
But the problem is spending the spending the money to bring it into compliance.
Is there a negotiated position? I mean, what do we require of this guy, and what seems fair?
Well, let's first, Mr. Sterling, do we want to ask for public comment? I know that you received 3 comments that were sent to the commission. They were letters of opposition against the issuing an economic hardship certificate. Is there anyone else here tonight that would like to speak to this application? No? So with that, then why don't we move over to just commissioner discussion, and we can kind of discuss amongst ourselves on what that next action may be. I know that in the recommendation from staff, they did state that it may be possible for the applicant to apply for a modified COA that addresses the commissioner's concerns from August 11th and meets the standards for review. That may be a path forward, but I think tonight the priority is to decide what the decision will be for the economic hardship.
I have a question, and I'm not sure whether it's the chair or the vice chair. If we accept that there's a condition of economic hardship, does that indicate that none of the remediation, I'll call it remediation, that was expected under the original COA would have to be done, and then he would receive a certificate of occupancy and could in fact use the coach house or the barn? I'm sorry. Is that correct?
So I think those are 2 separate questions.
Okay.
So the first question is, he would essentially receive a COA. His issues related to the Preservation Commission would be resolved. But I don't think that that would immediately translate to a certificate of occupancy.
Because?
I think because there's unrelated issues that still need to be addressed between himself and the city that don't concern the Preservation Commission itself.
Okay.
There are not.
So that what happens is that if a certificate of economic hardship is granted, then all of the issues that preceded about the original certificate of appropriateness, et cetera, are moot. They're gone. They're no longer in play at all. And
Correct, and that you would be
the barn can remain as it stands.
correct.
Is there any other
Well,
discussion?
assuming that was an option, what do we do about the fact that Mr. Schweitzer has knowingly disregarded the directives of this commission?
I think there was some public comment to that point that I found to be slightly hyperbolic in this idea that it eliminates all authority of the ordinance itself. I would just advise you that you have the authority to look at these on a case-by-case basis. There is no precedent that you're setting. I think there is something to Mr. Schweitzer's point that the city really doesn't make a great effort in retroactively going after property owners for violations of the preservation ordinance, the zoning ordinance. It happens more frequently than you would think.
What about the building ordinance?
If
What
it's a life
happens if you
safety issue,
violate that?
if it's a life safety issue, then they would. But for example, it's very common for someone to submit for a building permit, and then we find out that they built something without permit 20 years previously. And it's very rare for us to go after them for that.
If that's the case, then I think there should be between the city and Mr. Schweitzer a negotiated agreement, and he should pay some sort of a fine, having broken the law.
And there is a separate section to assess fines and administrative adjudication if the city wishes to pursue that.
So do we have any type of direction amongst us as commissioners on how we would like to move forward with this application?
I'm troubled with all the documents that I went through, I mean, the property tax forms, the appraisals and all the rest. I'm trying to understand exactly the extent of economic hardship and or that notion, the reasonable use and return seems to be based on the idea of not being able to use the barn. The economic hardship, obviously stems from that, but that, as Stuart has said, relates to other issues which are not those. Where in fact is the economic hardship the expenditure of $70,000 plus, or is there something else?
The loss of rental is
Well-
what he's claiming in addition.
But I think the loss to
Pardon me,
rental
what?
has other issues related to it, which is the certificate of occupancy, which my understanding is unrelated to the denial of the COA by the Preservation Commission. It's tied up with other items that are with the city, but that are not specifically driven by us.
Oh, I wasn't
not.
aware of that.
I'm not aware of.
Is that it, Mr. Schweitzer? Is that correct? Are there code violations or aspects of the construction other than the COA from us that are causing the withholding of a certificate of occupancy? And if so, can you tell us specifically what those are?
Thank you for asking. There are not. There's nothing. It's completely compliant. It's 100% compliant, and barring this, or with the certificate of occupancy, with the COA, we're good to go.
Okay.
I will explain to you what is being referenced though, because there's innuendo there and it's vague. There's the barn, when we did this reconstruction, we had an original survey and we built the deck. The barn existed on what became city land. The barn was built before the city was incorporated, North Evanston into the city of Evanston. And the corner of the barn's on city land. So the initial survey that we bought with was such, and we got the permit to build the deck complete, and we built it completely per specification and per approval. When we went to subdivide the property 2 years ago, which is the only reason this has all come up now, we were obliged to get a new survey that was different substantially in surveyor's terms, I'm told. In other words, 1 inch difference is common, but 6 inches is not. And it showed that a corner of the deck, a sliver of the deck, was now on city property. Well, we had had approval to waive that setback, zoning approval, 2 different years in 1999 and 2000. However, the new survey showed some of it to be on city property, not just avoiding the setback. So the city obliged us under a year of walkbacks and threats of and this and that and tying it to the barn, and we can't get a COA, and we can't do this and we can't do that unless we rectify. More story than you need, all true. And so we hired contractors in August of this year to cut the edge of the deck off, or new footing for the deck pier, and put it on city property. And we applied for a administrative zoning variance again to have a 0-foot setback. That went through after the neighbors were
Can you
given.
explain how that relates to the
And so,
barn itself, the alteration of that structure?
No, the
doesn't.
barn corner
Doesn't.
is on city land, and that's not the problem. What the city is saying, and I can even tell you why it's saying it, is that the director of public works believes that a corner of our deck still is on city property, 6 inch corner, a sliver. It is not. He's wrong. And even though that our alderman and the city councilor Gandersky told City Plan Commission when they rejected the subdivision, and they said that there's still a zoning issue, there is not. So Mr. Dudnick can confirm this. So I went out.
Excuse me, are you telling us that if we were to find for you
I'm trying to answer
tonight-
your question. So there are city survey markers, and we went out and we strung a line between confirmed survey markers. There is no zoning violation.
Okay, so you're telling us that even if we were to find for you in terms of economic hardship, that you would still not get a certificate of occupancy from the city because of other issues?
No, we would get a certificate of occupancy.
You're telling us that's been resolved?
Yes,
Then why
That's
do
what I'm
we
telling
need to know about it?
I'm sorry?
Then why did we need to know about it?
Someone brought it up.
That, I believe that was my fault.
Commissioner,
Commissioner.
let me see, Reinhold, she brought it up and she said she
So-
understands there's other issues. And I'm trying to
Oh,
clarify.
Okay, thank
for
you
Okay.
for clarifying that.
Okay, so do we feel like we can make a motion and vote on this issue? Or do we still need to have further discussion?
Need a clarification on something, that discussion of the tenants of the main house using the barn, but they're not leasing the barn. What is it that they're using it for?
He explained storage.
Storage, we're
Storage.
just using it for storage.
And
It's
that,
not-
Storage and a workspace.
that is
there-
allowed regardless, I'm forgetting, let's ignore the dollar amount, which is 0.
Yeah. How are they doing that if there's no CO?
Yeah,
You can't occupy it or
I
use
believe
it for
there's a-
storage.
There's a temporary
Oh.
CO, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm. Do you guys have any other items you want to discuss? Do you want to make a motion?
But one more question, just to clarify, because it's good that we're kind of going down all these paths and trying to clarify them, all these kind of open questions. One more, in the packet, mentioned that, I don't know if it was zoning or not, but it was that only one family as defined could, occupy the house, and that currently then no one can then occupy the barn. And so then with this certificate of economic hardship, then that gives us the certificate of appropriateness, and then that would then lead to the COO, the certificate of occupancy, is that right? And then that requirement for the city with only one family occupying either property, then that disappears or that gets waived?
I think that what you're looking at in the COA is, and I understand, and I don't want to rehash this with Mr. Schweitzer because I understand that there's a disagreement between himself and information that I'm getting from the city. But
Okay.
my understanding is that it's one of a few items that need to be resolved before the property can move forward, and that covenant can be released, basically.
Chair Simon?
I think in terms of how my personal preference for proceeding, I mean, I think the applicant needs to be able to use to rent out the barn. I mean, Evanston needs the housing unit and it, going over there. The problem isn't that, I mean, the structure looks very nice. It just didn't comply with the approved plans. And I think as we went through last time, it doesn't really look like a historical barn anymore. What I'd like to see us do is not simply basically waive all the non-compliances and grant for all the reasons we talked about. But I would like to, I personally would like to see the idea that Cade mentioned of a revised certificate of appropriateness, of trying to decide piece by piece what, a new proposal for what modifications out of the 70,000 might really actually make some progress in at a reasonable cost in terms of returning it more to the historic appearance. I don't know that everything on the list is actually will realistically help return it to the historic appearance. It may just be too late. But I think that's a better approach than granting the certificate concluding that we've denied all use. And I just, again, I want to, again, while I would vote against granting this, I really do think that, between city staff rulings of, alternate remedies or granting a modified CO, I think the city and us needs to get to the point where the barn can be rented for a dwelling unit. I think we need to get there, and it just needs to happen.
Yeah, I totally agree with what Commissioner Simon just said. I mean, I think that in theory, one of the ways to preserve old buildings and give them new life is what's called adaptive reuse. And I think it's somewhat unreasonable to ask that a barn, once it's converted into a single-family dwelling unit, is still going to continue to look like a barn. But I think that Mark's suggestion, which is that there's a reappraisal of what the important historic features that this commission is charged with preserving are at this point in time, given the alterations to the barn, modifying those requirements, and then trying to move on with all of this.
Well, that raises a question, Stuart, because are you saying that we need to take that, let's call it the south and west elevations or whichever, and point by point identify which items, because I don't think it's within our purview to be designing as commissioners. I mean, that's
And
one.
what do you suggest we do? What are the features of the old barn that should have been retained, and what is it reasonable for John Clark to have altered?
I think within our purview that the applicant comes in and says, here's what I propose. What I gather right now, the proposal is I want to leave it the way it is, meaning not the way that it was originally approved. I think back.
Well, let's ask, is that the case, Mr. Schweitzer?
I don't know how much you want to know. The way it is right now is almost identical, except for it's much less than the proposal. The differences are the first floor windows on the west elevation. Instead of one a double, single, there's two doubles. There's a double, two doubles, and a single. And then on the south elevation, there's, instead of a single and a double, there's one double. That's the effective difference. And there's less doors, there's less glass on the east, there's 3 less skylights. The overall reconstruction is much.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I think Elliot can explain this to you as well as anybody who's an architect. But when you file a set of plans with the building department, and you are given a building permit, it's for the execution of those plans. You may not alter, delete, or add to them.
Commissioner Cohen, with all due respect, as Mr. Sterling told you, it is common, it is normal, it is almost 100% true that when you get a building permit and you make some alteration and you make some alteration to the building permit, which is what we did. By the way, it's what we did to pass inspection.
So you have to go back and file an amendment to the building permit.
We did.
And that was all approved.
It was, and we did.
And you know what, I'm a newcomer to this discussion.
We did. Hold on a second.
I guess I don't understand what the problem is.
We filed, what exists right now was amended in the building permit approved by Mr. Gary Curtis and his team, and was built out precisely as it was.
Then what would the process have been? Should he have come back to the commission and say, I have building department approval to make these changes? Will you approve?
Yes, and I think the issue is that Mr. Schweitzer believes that that's what happened. And I think because the amount of time that has lapsed since then, there's a lack of knowledge on the city's side and documentation to know if that's true or not. It's almost a he said. It's his word against.
It's not, Mr. Sterling. It's not. Gary Curtis will confirm everything I've just said. It's in his writing. He mentioned in the alterations. Mr. Curtis is a very detailed man. He said that the alterations to the window placement are de minimis or minimal. It's in his writing in the permit.
Okay, with all due respect, everyone, I think we have a lot of other applications we have to look at tonight. So I would really like to find a way to move forward with this application, whether it be, I recommend that we make a motion of some sort tonight so that we can give Mr. Schweitzer and have the city, we have some action. So if you'd like to make a motion and we vote on the economic hardship, then I recommend that we do that.
Can I just ask one more question as to how it would work? I mean, currently the house, not the barn, but the house is rented, and the house is a very valuable property that's increased in value, and it's still being rented. I am not, after going through all the documents and looking at the property again, I'm not sold on the economic hardship. However, I also do agree that maybe the commission could come back and say, well, let's, just the view shed of the west facade is the one that is most gives back to the city in terms of what this barn was supposed to look like. And there were some alterations there, and could we come more in compliance with the COA there or whatever, so that maybe the $75,000 to spend would be a little bit less because, you aren't doing something on one of the other facades. But it seems to me like those are two different things. So if I deny the economic hardship, can we still come back and say, but we can make we can work with you to make your expenses less to come into closer to compliance with and get a COA by saying you don't have to do everything, you just have to do these things?
Yes, I think.
Is that two separate things?
Those are two
I think
separate
they're
things.
separate things. It could, and I think you would have an option. It could come back to the commission, as Mr. Dudnick suggested, with a new proposal. You could also delegate this role to staff and have it be done administratively.
And
we
Mr.
could-
Sterling, could we do it with maybe the oversight of one or two commissioners to help work with Mr. Schweitzer so
That
that
would be
we
my
can
other
find a resolution?
Correct.
I wanted to agree with Commissioner Sullivan, and I think that was what I was going for, but it shouldn't be, my point was, and I think it was to Cone, that we shouldn't be the ones saying, here, let's take the elevation, let me draw over it and say this window's fine and that. Because I think, that gets us into our commission designing, which I think we've all.
But I think city staff can do that, Mr. Dudnick.
City staff can do it because my feeling throughout this process and all the different iterations is there's been there was an approved work to be done from the Preservation Commission stance. I don't know about the building permit, but the preservation drawings were approved. They were not done, and I've never felt like there was willingness on the other side to say, well, what if I tweak this? Would you guys, some way of coming to an agreement in the middle. I mean, if I am totally willing, if the applicant is willing to come back and say, well, what if I just made these changes, but not those changes and tried to bring it into compliance this way, would that work? Instead of just like the all or nothing, you must approve it or not approve it. I think that would be more amenable to me to.
Mr. Schweitzer, is that something that you would consider?
I have one observation for that. Yes, of course. But here's what I want to add to it is that going back to when the first Preservation Commission approved this in 1997 or 8 or whenever it was, almost the entire discussion was about the deck having it be separate from the building, built separately, freestanding, and the skylights. That was the discussion. And we finally did 3 and 3. And then in the first one where we spent a long time denying this in public meeting, the discussion almost all centered on the skylights on the east side. That's exactly what we did. That was the big deal. That's what Commissioner Dudnick and on everyone talked about. And we excuse me, let me finish, please. And that's what we did. We removed them at great cost. We didn't add them back to the west side where the original approval was. That would have been more onerous. And furthermore, we were then criticized for the placement of the windows on the first floor because we no longer had the 6 skylights on top. We've been asked to bend over. We have bent over and over. And yes, we would work with Mr. Sterling to come to a resolution.
Okay, I think it's time for us to make a motion if one of the commissioners would be willing to do that.
I'll make a motion and I'll put it in positive terms so we're clear what we're voting for. But the motion will be that I move we issue a certificate of economic hardship for the property at 2404 Ridge Avenue, case 20 Pres-0308.
Is there a second? Anyone?
So we can vote.
So we
Yeah,
can vote.
You have to
Second.
second it
Yeah.
to
Thank
vote.
you, Commissioner
I have a
Bodan.
question. Oh, there was no second to the motion. So I have a question. Can we make a motion that the suggestions that were just made, that Mr. Schweitzer work with Cade to come to a resolution?
You can add conditions to any motion.
So do we want to add that condition to your motion, Ken?
I think it's a more in the realm of a friendly suggestion, and it's not really related to the economic hardship piece.
Okay, so Ken made the motion for the economic hardship, and then I believe Commissioner Bodan, you second, correct? Okay, so let's do the roll call vote, Kate.
Commissioner Simon,
No,
Commissioner Reinhold,
No,
Commissioner Bodan,
No,
Commissioner Bodan, sorry,
no,
Commissioner Idle,
No.
Commissioner Morris,
No.
Commissioner Sullivan,
No,
Commissioner Cohen,
No, because I believe the hardship is of his own causing.
Commissioner Dudnick.
No,
okay. Thank you, Mr. Schweitzer. Mr. Sterling, if you want to go to the next, to 1206 Hinman.
you want to have what Stuart was suggesting, your second motion? Or is that not on the table?
Can we make a motion to that effect?
I
Fine.
think it's better suited just to, we can discuss that after the meeting sometime.
Well, Mr. Schweitzer said he was willing to do that, so maybe we don't need to do anything and it's just up to him to approach you or approach the city about it.
Strikes me that it could be done as a reapplication for a COA with the proposed alterations.
Right, that's the correct process, and the ball is in his court to come up with what he thinks a reasonable middle ground plan is and put it forward and let us all discuss it.
Correct.
Good.
The best way of doing it.
That was a public hearing. Do we have to close the
We
hearing?
do not. I checked with Mr. Sterling. We do not. We can just move on to the next application. So shall we, Cade?
Yes, 1208 Ashland Avenue, 20 PRES 0314. Miroslav Ogadel submits for a certificate of appropriateness to replace a total of 16 stained glass windows in existing openings with new stained glass windows, same size per manufacturer's specifications, applicable standards, alteration 1 through 10.
Okay, the applicant ready to present. You can go ahead whenever you're ready.
Hi, my name is George Plumriddle, and I'll be presenting. We did send some pictures. Do you have the videos that you can put up?
I believe we do at the end of the application. They have some overalls of the building.
Yeah, go down a little bit, Melissa.
So this is the hail damage to the current window that you can see. We had a significant amount of hail damage on multiple windows. The lead-lined windows are bending, and we're seeing that they might crack at any time with wind and other damages that can happen. So our plan is to move forward and switch it. So you can see how bad shape these windows are. We have duct tape holding some of the windows together too.
Why don't you go to the very end, Melissa, where there's it shows a series of windows, the proposed replacements. Next page. There we go.
So what we would like to do is, our proposed is the top picture and our existing is the bottom picture, and it's going to fit in the same spot in the window frame. We're not changing anything there. We're putting a stronger window in with a different picture on the inside, but from the outside look, it's about the same.
Okay, are there any commissioner questions? I will say too that Mr. Sterling sent out the survey sheet for this building. It it is a landmark building. The survey sheet does list the art glass as a distinctive. I don't know if it was listed as a distinctive feature or just a architectural feature. So, but that was all the information. They did not have a copy of the statement of significance on file, at least not digitally. So if any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant.
I have a question. So from the images that I'm seeing on the proposed, that's the view from the interior or the exterior?
That is from the interior.
Okay.
Wouldn't you see the same thing from the exterior?
If you were to go back a couple of pictures, you could see how it looks from the outside. So you can see the middle row here, that would be the outside look.
Well, that's simply because the light level on the outside is higher than the inside, so you don't see them clearly. But in fact, I can see the pattern of the old windows.
Well, also, Stuart, the old windows have an operating sort of transom at the bottom.
Right, and on the current idea, we on the sides, you can see there's a transom where you can open.
Of the new ones.
Of the new one.
Yeah, since this is a historic building, did you consider what many churches have done, which is instead of spending your money on the replacement windows with depicting saints, that you respect the historic quality of the design of the stained glass, and that you add for weather tightness and protection, exterior storm windows to fit the openings, which would protect from hail damage and from wind pressure on the old leading, and that you then, as you can raise money and afford to, restore these windows?
I mean, these are 100-year-old windows, and
so what? I mean, you know, look at.
Don't say Notre Dame.
No, it burns. I'm thinking of things that are all glass, like Saint-Chapelle in Paris, which is incredible stained glass. But no, I mean, lots of churches have undertaken restoration programs for their stained glass windows. Ultimately, the stained glass windows will be more expensive than the things that you're showing us. But since if it wasn't a landmark, we could say, you guys want saints looking down on you? Terrific. But it is a landmark building. And I think that over time you should respect and restore the windows. They can be made like new. They can be reinforced where the leading is sagging. And I know this for a fact because I've had stained glass restored.
This is Vincent. I'm with the parish council as well. My reading of the church history suggests that while the building was built in 1912, these windows were not the original windows. They were actually installed 25 years later. Does that have any bearing on your interpretation of historical preservation?
Only if you have documentation of the original windows and are proposing to replicate those and replace them.
I do not have a copy of that. I just have the written history of the church.
Okay, I think the way most landmark ordinances are written is that additions to a building can be deemed as part of the historic structure after time.
Could we look back at the windows to just see whether, I mean, it was kind of hard to see what was there.
And my second point is we're essentially just replacing the insert within the canopy. Everything else is nearly identical as far as structure. So we respect the structure, but we're replacing it with something that reflects the current congregation's cultural views. Again, these were the original Polish occupants had inserted this over a period of time. It wasn't the initial or the original. We are only attempting to replace it literally 25 years later after our initial occupancy with images.
When the building was landmarked, weren't these windows part of the structure that was landmarked?
I'm not familiar with the overall history of when the
I think
building was
that was
landmarked.
rhetorical.
Okay.
No, I agree, Stuart. The landmarking would have happened say 30 years ago plus, and these are much older. So I think when it was landmarked, these were the windows.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm not sure Prakash is on the phone, but he had mentioned that he actually had run into the individual, a son of the individual who actually installed these exact stained glass windows. And his rough order estimate was just to do the repair was $10,000 each. Essentially using the means, methods, and materials you're suggesting, that's $160,000 that's going to come out of pocket, which we do not have. I think it's unreasonable to ask a congregation to spend $160,000, especially under these economic conditions, to do these repairs, which we're using lead. It's going to continue to bend with the existing building structure changes and or stressors, as well as the environmental stressors. We're going to have more hail damage. We're going to have more wind. It's just going to continue to deteriorate. It's a temporary solution that's being suggested, whereas we want to do a complete replacement using better materials while still respecting the original design.
Yeah, Stuart, there was a presentation like 2 months ago before you joined, and then there was a piece of it was last month, but where the proposal was to put vinyl windows in the other building on the property, and we ended up turning that down. But I think at the time the applicant explained the kind of extreme cost issues they face today with COVID and with sharply reduced revenues, and those kind of dollars were just way beyond what they could ever afford.
Are these stained glass? I mean, what are the costs?
Looks like painted glass. I don't see leading in the actual figures.
I guess that's the question I have is, could we hear a little more about what the proposed system is? From the drawings, it looks like it's a sandwich where there's a single pane of glass on the exterior, something decorative in the middle, and then a single pane of glass on the interior. And I guess I'm curious what exactly that decorative piece that has the art on it, what is that made out of? What are we actually?
I apologize. We had the designer on the line. I'm trying to scroll through the list of participants, see if he's there.
He's there, Vincent.
Thank you.
So this is the designer.
Yeah, good evening. Sirs, we do the stained glasses for churches for the last 24 years, and we have done restoration works also, as you told earlier. But for the restoration works, the cost is more one thing, and see existing old windows need a replacement because the lead is very old. Traditionally, around 75 years, we have to re-lead the stained glass panels. But here, as per US building rules and European building rules, lead shouldn't be exposed as it is a dangerous health hazard. So now what we do is we conceal the stained glass panels, sandwich it between 2 layers of toughened glasses. So the exterior wind load won't affect the stained glass panels, as well as these panels will be vacuum sealed. So the humidity or wind extreme climate won't obstruct the interior temperature, and the warming of the church will be better. Even for air conditioning also, it is the same, the power will be saved. And as the lead is soft and malleable, old lead was normally 85% lead, whereas new lead we use is 60% tin and 40% only lead. And the lead, what we normally do now is Tiffany style, means we'll be having copper foil and leading. So the lead width will be less. So less amount of lead will be in the stained glass panel, and the glasses will look more beautiful. And for the same pictures, the intricacy will be more, but still the panel will look beautiful. So in restoration, we can re-lead it, means it will be very expensive. We have lead cames, these are lead cames. These are around 6 mm of 7 mm thick. So in between it forms as a channel, but it is very soft and malleable. So what happens is in the stained glass works, when the wind load comes, this lead slowly bends, caves in, and the glasses starts falling off. Now the lead is more, 60% is tin and 40% only lead. So it is more stronger. And we sandwich it, the panels we sandwich with 2 toughened glasses. And here I propose to change the old MS frames also with aluminum frame as in the design. So 2 small panels can be opened if required. And the panel will, the saints pictures will be more prominent. And for devotional wise also it's a church. So it will be more beautiful and better. That's what I suggest.
So the center of the sandwich in the new window is a true leaded glass panel with individual small pieces of glass and the lead and tin gaming between the glass. It's not just one single panel that's painted different colors.
Yeah, the panels, you know, the stained glasses, the colored glasses we import from USA, from a company factory called Paul Wismac in Paden City in West Virginia. So we have been using the same glasses for the last 24 years. We have been running the studio. All the glasses we use are American. Even the last container we imported, on 28th December, they have loaded the container. So all the glasses are 3 mm thick. We have around 500 shades, more than 500 shades of the colored glasses in opaque and transparent. And in traditional churches, we use transparent glasses. So from exterior, we won't feel any difference, but interior, it will be very beautiful to see. Because
thank you for the, oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Idle, I believe your question was the current glass. Is that what your question was? What is it current?
No, I think he's answered my question. I wanted to understand clearly what the proposed new windows, how would they be made and what would they include?
Yes, sir.
Looking at those paintings of the saints, I mean, there's all these variation in color, and those are not individual pieces of glass. So I think somebody, I don't know if it was Stuart or Ken, that those seem to be painted. I mean, those are not small little pieces of glass when you look at the robe in number 5 that are causing all those variations, because we don't see that many pieces of, whether it be lead or whatever, that's got all that caming. They seem to be painted.
Yes. Yeah, that's kind of how I interpret the drawing. So you have, I don't know, call it St. Jude number 6. The green and the pink and so on is painted on one piece of glass, and the yellow.
Can I ask a question? Yeah, respecting the economic hardship of actual restoration of the existing windows and acknowledging the superiority of the process and the window that has just been described to us, I am wondering, since these are being described as restoration and a replacement process, why we are not whether it's possible. Well, this is again rhetorical. So let me say, why haven't you made a new window using the process you've described that duplicates the old windows, which are designated as a part of this landmark structure? Why haven't you duplicated the design as a replacement?
Actually, this is a church. So to create more devotion for the attendees, see, the saint pictures will have more give a more devotional feel, whereas the other windows, now existing windows, have symbolic designs and a lot of light passes through, but still the devotion will be a bit less. And as you asked, see, I can show you some of this panel here behind me.
Yeah, so the answer is that as a commission, we're asked to protect the integrity of the building as designated, and you're suggesting that it's for religious reasons that the windows are not being replicated in your new, admittedly better process.
Yeah, anyhow, the windows has to be redone because the leading has to be changed. It's very old. and a lot of repair works have to be done, which will be more expensive. So you can see now the sketches what we sent you with the saints is only sketches. So once we craft, we can see the leading lines are here. It is copper foil and lead, so lead lines are thinner. And the face and also you can see all our individual pieces. It's in our office. And these are all US glasses. So each color is separate glasses joined together with the lead.
As an architect, we just finished a job where, because we wanted to replace old leaded casement windows with thermopane windows, we actually produced simulated divided light where the caning was actually applied to both sides. So it seems to me that if the argument was that the windows that you're throwing away are too complicated and require too much leading and individual panes of glass, that there certainly are other methods by which you could accomplish and make a window that looks like the ones that are integral to the landmark and its designation.
I think we need to be deferential to the, I mean, this was a Polish church. And I think I think we need to be deferential to the kind of spiritual desires of the current, I mean, if it was just somebody's
we're a landmark commission.
You might just say, well, their taste is different and they should have to adhere to the historical.
It's not a matter of taste.
I think for religious, we have deferred to other religious organizations. We've tried to compromise it just, over the last couple of years between the standards we would have applied to just like a home on a residential street versus a religious establishment. And I do think we have to be very careful about both the cost issues and then being deferential to the fact that, this has a totally different feeling to the people who occupy the church today than the windows did to the, Polish church 70 years ago. I think it meant something very different to them.
This is Vincent. So that's where I was going to. It's remarkable that after 25 years of occupancy, we're essentially doing what our Polish brothers and sisters had done as well in the past. They imported their own and presented their own images. We're only asking to do the same. It just happens to be we're doing this because of a hail damage. And once we did the studies and realized it's going to be cost prohibitive to even do these repairs piecemeal, it is best to completely repair it or replace it, excuse me. It made only sense to do everything once and be done with it. Otherwise, we're going to be continuously repairing this over and over again. And as George mentioned, we've done duct tape, and I don't think the public wants to see duct tape on the outside of the church. I don't think that anybody wants to see that on the outside of the church. But I cannot, in good faith or in good conscience, ask congregation to spend $160,000. And again, it's a rough order estimate. I haven't done a detailed study. $160,000 that we do not have to replace or repair this, and this will continuously be done. And yes, I agree, if we were to use the same means, methods, and materials that our designers doing to essentially recreate the existing structure or existing appearance, that would meet the Historical Preservation Commission's intent. But I would respectfully ask that the commission consider the current occupants and their desire to present their religious views and culture, their religious, historical, and cultural images, just as our Polish brothers and sisters had did for the past 75 plus years. Thank you.
May I ask what the cost of these new windows is? Not going to govern my decision, but I'm just curious, how much are the new ones? Because you keep bringing up the 168,000 for repairing the old ones, as if these are substantially less expensive. Are they? They look more complicated.
I'll let either Prakash or the designer speak to that. Over.
I think if the applicant doesn't want to answer that question, I think we can move on and, or,
I think we can answer that question because that was obviously presented to the
Okay.
congregation. We didn't come in here, we obviously needed the permission of our congregation to even submit a proposal. So I believe our team
Okay.
here has the cost.
do you
Just
have
waiting
the
for
cost
go
of the replacement windows that are proposed?
Yes, it's less than $50,000.
Okay. So substantially less than,
Right. So in order to fix the window that's currently there, it's too much labor intense. So they couldn't do it for any cheaper than close like 160 to 180,000.
I don't think the question for, at least for me, I can't speak for the other commissioners, is not that you shouldn't be allowed to replace the windows with a window that is made the way the window was just described. I have no problem with that. Well, I do, but I understand that it's an economic hardship for you to do otherwise. The question really is, does this alter the integrity of the building? And, you know, the only thing that would dispose me to vote for the windows depicting the saints is a long history of churches being taken over by other denominations and being altered in terms of conforming to their liturgy, to their sense of depicting important aspects of their religion. So, you know, as a preservationist, I feel strongly that, you know, that the design of the old windows should have been duplicated, but I understand Simon's argument that you should be allowed to have whatever you want. But that, I think, for me, kind of goes against the whole idea of there being a preservation ordinance and a preservation commission. So I'm kind of torn.
okay, well,
I'm sorry, Commissioner Reinhold. This is Vincent. I'll pause. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask if there was any public comment that wanted to speak towards this application. It does not. So Vincent, do you have something else you'd like to add to that comment?
Sure. I agree with Commissioner Cohen. Yes, there are some accommodations that have been made and other things that have to be considered. And yes, it does call into question the historical preservation. However, I would ask that one look at those windows from the actual public property line. I apologize, there's some feedback. I don't think that's me. From the public property line, not necessarily from where those pictures were taken, which is in the middle of the courtyard in the church proper. So we really can't you can't really see those windows in such detail from the bordering sidewalks. You can only see that detail once you encroach upon church property and starts looking in more detail. That is my viewpoint. Those pictures on the bottom are a good example. That's from within the church courtyard. That's not from the public streets.
And I just want to say something. This is Victor Smolik. You said question from the public, right? I'm a public adjuster as well, and I'm waiting. I'm actually letter G. The hail damage that you guys mentioned, yes, that is correct. I think those windows were damaged by the hail, and usually it is covered on an insurance policy. So my question is, does this church had insurance that it was insuring under the, during the storm or not?
I believe, Mr. Smoke, I believe that item was discussed at a previous commission meeting, but I can, if the applicant wants to talk about it, but I do believe that the commissioners asked that question previously.
Understood. I was not present at the.
I mean, Vincent, does someone want to speak to that quickly? Or, I mean, I don't want to rehash up the basis of the project, but.
I'll defer that question to Prakash. Over.
So basically, the insurance company would only cover $50,000. That's all they could pay for the damage. So that would only help. That's the only money we have for those windows.
Gotcha.
So that 50,000 that we want to use it to, to put new windows. If you guys allow us, we'll be able to have new windows with this $50,000.
I understand. And you said that the new Windows cost was 50,000?
Yeah, $50,000.
Awesome,
Yeah.
awesome. All
Okay.
right, thank you.
So if the commission does not have any other questions, if maybe we want to consider, go ahead, Commissioner Bodan.
Yeah, thanks. My audio is separate than my video tonight. Sorry about that. But I guess I'm having trouble coming to being able to grant the certificate of appropriateness based on the alterations that I'm being asked to consider, the 1 through 10 of the code. I just find that because these are an integral part of the history of the church, and I find that the original material of a window like this, a stained glass window is both art and function. I think that yes, they deteriorate over time, but there are definitely methods and means to restore them. I'm sure that there's some saddle bars on the windows that are helping to deflect the wind. I think there's exterior protective glazing that's an option. I think that the function of the little awning windows, being changed to casements is an issue. I understand the need and I understand the economics behind that. I think the owners have explained that really well, but I think as far as the certificate of appropriateness goes, then I'm not able to really see where that's allowed per the alteration standards.
I had a clarification question. When we're looking from the exterior at these windows, at the current windows, and we see the white storms, is it, or the frames on the exterior? How would that change? I mean, from the interior, you see the saints, you probably see them from the exterior too, but how?
Can we go to one of the close-ups of the existing? I think there's some of the earlier.
Yeah, it's on earlier pages.
No, that's the inside.
But from the outside?
You had you just went past it. Next one. I think.
Next.
I think it was like the first or the second one.
There you go.
Okay, so those are the saddle bars, or
They look like they're braces of some sort.
Yeah, a saddle bar is a brace.
Yeah.
From outside, during daytime, this won't be visible because we'll be using transparent glasses, and this is on the first floor of the building, so it won't be visible. But from inside, it will be clearly visible during daytime. And during night, if there is an inside light in the church, then the same pictures will be visible from outside during nighttime if there is an inside light in the church. That's the advantage of the transparent glasses. Daytime, it won't be visible from outside, as in all churches.
May I ask a question? We've seen a few pictures that show a broken pane on more than one of the windows. Just how many are actually broken? There are what, 16 of them altogether, or 32? I'm not. I guess
there's 16 windows total.
How many are actually broken, or even have a broken pane? We're not talking about bent and warped, but just how many actually have broken glass?
So 8 of them has broken glass, and the other ones are bending. That's the issue with the other ones.
They're not completely shattered. It's only very often a single piece of glass in each of these 8.
Yeah, when I checked with them, they said the whole window has to be taken down in order to fix a little part. They won't be able to fix it as it is. So it's very labor intense. Like, you had to carefully take this down, and that's where they have to charge that kind of money. And it's a really big amount for us.
This is Vincent. This is Vincent. I also like to add that pretty much all those windows are inoperable because of the building stress on those windows. We can't actually open or secure those windows. We have to do some modifications to keep it secure from the inside, or even actually open them and close them. We're using essentially brute force to open and close them. So we'd like to have actually functioning windows, especially during the summer months. Over.
Are we ready to maybe go ahead, Chair Simon?
I was going to make a motion. Is that
Okay, sure.
All right, I'd like to move to approve a certificate of appropriateness for 1201 Ashland Avenue, a landmark 20 Pres 0314, to replace a total of 16 stained glass windows and existing openings with new stained glass windows, same size. The applicable standards are alteration 1 through 10.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ken? Roll call vote?
Commissioner Simon,
Aye.
Commissioner Reinhold,
Aye.
Commissioner Bodan,
No.
Commissioner Idle,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen,
Abstain.
Commissioner Dudnick,
I'm not sure you can abstain, Stuart. That's come up in the past.
you have to state a reason at least.
Okay, I abstain because in good conscience, as a commissioner of preservation, I cannot see how the replacement of these windows meets all of the standards. I think it,
I think
I
then
think
you
it
have to vote
compromises
negative.
the integrity.
I think that's a
No, I understand why all of you voted for this, and I think at the end of the day, they should probably be allowed to do whatever the hell they want with the building. Preservation be damned, but I just can't vote to allow them to do it.
So is that a no or an abstain?
It should
It's
be
an
a no.
abstain.
I
think that's a no.
I believe that
Can I-
should be a no.
All right, I'll vote no.
So I believe, Cade, that's 6 ayes and 2 noes.
Correct. Motion passed.
Okay, the motion will pass. Thank you. So let's move on to the next application, I believe is 1206 Hinman.
Yeah, 1206 Hinman Avenue, 20 PRES 0303. Paul Lang applies for a COA for residing some sections of the home with fiber cement, new trim, demolition of the side porch, rebuilding with structural footings, opening the front porch and widening the rear porch with a composite decking material. Applicable standards, alteration 1 through 10, construction 1 through 8, 10 through 15, and demolition 1 through 6. This case was previously continued from the November meeting.
Okay, Mr. Lang, if you would like to give your presentation. And if you don't mind, I know that we talked with you before, and
Yes.
I see that you've updated your drawings. If you could also point out anything that you changed with the design specifically for the commissioners.
Yeah, absolutely. Is it something that I can control, or should we just go? Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if you want to control it, that's fine. So just to kind of recap, I know there's at least one new face. I spoke to a lot of you last time. The feedback that I received, I'll quickly categorize into 2 main issues. One was, how are these proposals? What's the relationship to each other? What's the alignment, the dimension? And so I'm hoping the drawings provided a lot more detail such that that is better understood. And then secondly, it was really on the architectural style. The old proposal was mixing, basically the current home is stucco, and so is mixing a proposal of fiber cement and stucco. We quickly went through kind of the history of the home, and there were renovations in the early 20th century, and so the previous proposal was trying to blend these two pictures, if you will, that are currently presented. The current proposal has gone a bit further in terms of the architectural style and really kind of embraced the Greek revival style of the original home, which is the one on the left of the previous page. The rationale for this, other than kind of a more coherent style, was when I went back and thought about what makes this home significant, and I attached the survey prior. What makes this home significant is really who built it and owned it, which was Mary and Jacob Ludlam. And this house again was moved, but that was part of the significance. The house itself is not a landmark, and to my knowledge doesn't, there's not architectural features that contribute significantly to the historic district. So that the current mix was inconsistent, and I've sought to kind of bring those under a single style. One of the other things that I don't think we went through enough last time is if you look at the current home, there's really some things that have been pasted over. So I've provided some pictures on the next page that show the siding in a few areas of the home where the stucco was literally applied directly over the old siding. There's other examples here of basically a roofed over boxed gutter system. And so these are elements that I'm looking to restore. Restore is probably the wrong word, but I'm looking to honor in the new design. And so those were kind of the high level changes. I can then quickly go through the proposal. Previously, if we can go to the next page, sorry, the next one, the land survey. Yep, perfect. So here, there were some questions about the front door placement. I've called that out specifically, so hopefully no one gets lost. What I want to specifically call out again is the rear deck is being enlarged at the top of this screen. You see on the south elevation a new pergola, a new 3-season room, and then a continuous deck which runs from south to east to north, and then a new stair placement on the north side. We can move to the next. This is simply to show the roofing of that new of the addition. So again, the new roof structures would be to the west, basically over the rear deck, and then again to the north and the south, basically new hip porch, basically coming off the existing porch. So these, in terms of the east and west elevation, I've put these on a single page. I did provide some comments, some details on the footings. I know that came up last time, even though it's not necessarily something Commission is concerned about. So what's changed from last time, other than the siding, is really, you can see an embracing of more columns or pilasters and basically holding up a beam in the main section of the house. You can see that carried through in the addition, as well as in once the front porch is opened, you can see that there. If you look at the south elevation proposed, there was a comment, I think, last time about this roof covering and what is this roof covering? Why is it there? So the purpose of the roof covering is intended to do a couple things. One is to break up the space that is basically voided between the windows. And the reason there's a larger space there is there's a double header plate that basically runs lower than the other, than the rest of the first floor. And this is just simply due to the additions that have occurred over time. It is my preference not to cut into that. And so with that, the windows are somewhat dropped or lower relative to the other windows. So in part it's to fill a space, and then the other aspect of it is there's a recess. If you look to the west of that roof covering, there's a recess, and so it's intended a bit to take your eye away from that recess. We can go to the window trim. The window trim is broadly the same as what has been proposed, but again, that may not have been evident given the details. I think the most significant changes are really the columns, the pilasters, again, kind of embracing more of a Greek revival style. If we move to the next elevation, so here's some additional details on what those columns will look like, basically the moldings that will go around them. You'll see a few call outs to the windows here, as you would have in other elevations. These are similar proposals to previously. I've provided a single window and door call out on the next sheet, so that you can see those and basically reference them back as needed. Or sorry, it might have been on the previous sheet. And then just lastly, the trim. These were other details that I thought the preservation might be interested in, whether it's around the window or specifically the box gutter system that I'm proposing to bring back.
Can you go back to the east and west? I think they were before your south. Okay, thank you. I don't think you.
So thank you for updating the drawings and putting them side by side. I think that's very helpful for the commission. It's much easier for us to compare now from your proposed and your existing. So that was very much appreciated. Just in summary for the fellow commissioners, it's not a landmark building. It is a contributing structure, considered a contributing structure. The original features included just rectangular massing, a front gable roof with cornice returns, and regular fenestration pattern. As Mr. Lang said, the stucco appears to be not original. He had the pictures over wood siding. I believe, Mr. Lang, you are proposing to use the Hardy board fiber cement for the new cladding, correct?
That's right. So my guess is you guys, the typical fiber cement by Hardy is basically a 5.5-inch board with a 5-inch reveal. So this is if you go back to one of the pictures, it is slightly different. That being said, that there is no there is no siding existing today, and so this was something that I didn't feel was absolutely necessary to match the previous. And actually, there was one more comment that I just wanted to make if I can, and that was on I think in some view this could be seen as a prairie style, or at least the additions were within a prairie style detail. And I struggle with this only because even on the current, if you look at the current elevation on the east side, there's elements of it in terms of basically blocked windows and a bit of corner eaves that are hanging out. However, it's not completely consistent in that you have a gable roof, and so that you can see that here in this top left part of the drawing. I struggle with kind of calling this home on, if you look at all of the elevations combined, a prairie style home. And that's it for me. Thank you.
Okay. I think just a couple other items is, I believe you are proposing the aluminum clad wood Marvin Ultimate windows for all of your replacement windows, correct?
That's correct.
With the simulated divided lights, it appeared.
That's correct.
And then the new columns you had noted to be wrapped in PVC or some sort of AZEK or something similar, right? A composite trim.
That's correct.
Okay. Do any of the commissioners have any other questions for the applicant?
Yeah, I have a question. This is Commissioner Bodan. Can you just speak to the addition of the features of the columns on the corners in the proposed design, and where you drew that from, where you drew the idea from, and
So if I'm understanding you correctly, it's the outermost columns on the east elevation.
yeah, and I see them at the corners on the east and the west elevations, like on this slide here. The tall ones that go up to the second floor. Yes.
Yes, yeah, the intent is to kind of match a pilastern beam approach, which would be very similar to a Greek Revival style. And then have that carried out through, you can see, I guess, symmetry in that or consistency in that when you would then look at the porches or the new roof structures.
Could we see the other two elevations, the long elevations again? Thank you.
So one thing, Mr. Lang, I wanted to kind of bring up is I was having a little trouble with the Three Seasons room and the overhang entry porch. And it was primarily relating to the proportions of the facades. So it would be the construction standard 2 of the proportion of the height to the width based on what you have currently and what you're proposing. It seems it's hard to just take the extension on both ends. It almost changes in my mind the appearance on the front facade of the home. I personally don't have a lot of objections to what you're proposing on the back side of the deck and on the side. I think my main questions would be, have you considered the idea of maybe changing the footprint or the appearance of the Three Season room just so that it possibly better maintains the proportions of your street facades, and the overhang for the front entry? I believe your front door is still facing east, correct?
Correct.
So originally your stairs right now go up from the straight to the door from the east, correct? And
That's
you
correct.
proposing to change it to switch. And I think that idea of proposing the rotation of that stair, it seems to me almost like an alteration that doesn't really need to happen to the home. And maybe the design would almost look a little bit more appropriate to the standards if it didn't happen. So just the idea of the proportions of the facades and the relationship of the solids to the voids, when you look right onto the street front facade, I think I was struggling with that it being acceptable to the way the standards are kind of written. I don't know if my fellow commissioners had any comments.
I was thinking the same thing, and I'm wondering if believe I'm reading this right. So with the Three Season room, you're coming out 7.5 feet from the footprint of the house currently, and then on the other side with the overhang for the stairs, 10 feet from the current footprint.
Sorry, just that's the positioning of the footings. It's symmetric. In terms of the extension north and south, it's symmetric.
North and south are symmetric, but both of them are beyond the current footprint and porch of the house, correct?
Yes, these do not exist. The decking, there's a porch, a concrete porch on the south side, but it does not extend. There's no roof covering and it does not extend as far as the 3-season room would.
Yeah. I would
Did
have to
you-
agree that that's the one thing that stuck out to me as I was looking at the plans and then looking at the house, is it gives a kind of winged massing, particularly because it's in the front, you know, near the front facade of the house, and it's extending out to the sides. It's adding another more massing going in different directions than existed before.
Could we see the three-dimensional representations again?
Have you considered the idea of possibly altering the 3-seasons room? When you did your design evaluation, did you have different options for that? That's something that may be considered?
So I've considered, what have I considered? I've considered basically the position of the 3-season room, the height, in terms of the roof line of the 3-season room, the width of that space. You know, there's other aspects of this that I've tinkered with in terms of more of a flat roof line as a kind of an extreme example. You know, so what was kind of important for us when we put this design together was, and I think I said this, was kind of bring more of the outside space to life. And you know, so the 3-season room in itself was that was kind of the focus, and then tried to think about different details that we liked, but also thought would tie into the current structure. You know, there's no doubt that these are new roof lines and wing. You know, I think the reference to kind of winged additions is an appropriate one. You know, I don't know that that is necessarily, while it's additive to the structure, I don't know that it changes the structure meaningfully in a way that, if we look at the kind of the front frame of that house, of the home, part of the intent of the design, and I know we went through this last time, was really to bring that front frame forward. And that's part of the reasons why the 3-season room, for example, is somewhat separated, and why they're both set back.
Go back to the 2 photographs of the original house. Okay, thank you. It's not as clear here, but, and I recognize that the house itself apparently is not a landmark. Am I correct? That it's really in a landmark district?
Correct.
So if we go back to your rendering, it's probably the one we were just looking at. I think somewhere in this, and it's probably more true of the lower photo, there's a great big house, which is what I'll call the remnant of the original house. I mean, this long, I think it's exaggerated in the bottom, but it's this long rectangular structure. And when I look at the upper drawing, it's lost. It's been completely wrapped by some additional structure. I mean, some of you talked about the wings going to the north and south and so on. But somewhere in this, the character of what was there and what was originally there in either of those 2 early photos has been completely lost by this. I mean, granted, the wraparound porch that is there now is no great shakes, and I wouldn't brag about that sort of 50s stucco affair, but I'm sort of losing the original house. And ironically, these extra pilasters that you put in the corner might be all right if they were coming all the way up, but they're lost because they're buried behind this porch, which ironically has columns that are actually doing something. I mean, that row of columns that you've inserted are actually providing support for the roof of this large extended porch. And I think there's some extra ones on the porte cochere on the side, and there's something in the back. But then we have these 4 corner trim, I mean, I'll just call it corner trim, enlarged corner trim, which are actually not reflecting anything at all. It's just a larger version of what we would do at the corner with siding if we just put a, 1x4 board on either side, or a 1x6 or something like that, which is what you normally get with a sided house. And by the way, one of the problems in those other elevations is by not seeing the siding, I think we lose something, and some of what we're seeing, we see it a little bit here, it does change the character of what we're going to be seeing. I think having siding, whether it's I'm not sure, is it a lapped siding? I'm not even sure what the siding is. I think it's going to change things, because I don't even know what that horizontal line is right up at the top at the roof line. Is that formed by 2 different planes of siding? I'm not even sure what's happening here.
It's just an enlarged frieze board.
Well, is it the full height of that? Is it? I mean, is that what we're seeing here? It looks like it's more siding here. It just seems.
Well, sorry, maybe I'm not understanding what you're speaking to. If you are speaking to the as you said, the 4 corners of the home, it's a design. They are not serving any architectural or any structural feature. If you are then referencing the beam that goes across from one pilaster to the next, that is basically an enlarged frieze board.
But it doesn't wrap.
There's a on the
east and west
on the upper drawing. There's just a dark line that runs across that then completes the reading of the triangle of the gable end. I think Elliot was asking what's making that dark line.
Sorry, I see what you're speaking to. I think it's just a rendering issue. That dark line does not represent it. You will have continuous siding basically running from the top of the windows.
Okay, that answers the question. You know, the corner pilasters, I think, are a characteristic of lots of Greek Revival houses. You know, I don't know. I had a really hard time when you started talking about, you know, prairie references in this house, but I don't know whether that's all that stuff's important or not. You know, I'm not sure. The wing that comes off in the upper drawing to the right that sits on columns, is that just keeping rain off the stair going up to the front entryway? What exactly is it doing other than compositionally trying to balance the Three Seasons room on the other side?
Yeah, exactly right. So it's we currently have a covered porch, and for what it's worth, we have 4 little ones and strollers going up and down a lot, and recognize the value of a covered porch, and so wanted to keep that.
So the upper elevation is in fact the view from the street. Is that correct? That's the front. That's how you would come at the house.
That's correct.
Okay. So is there, given that Greek Revival houses tend to be symmetrical, is that why you've done this stair coming off the side and built this enormous kind of almost porte cochere-like piece to protect it, as opposed to simply bringing the stair forward of the porch in line with the entry door?
Exactly. So there's 2 main motivations. One is the symmetry that you've just called out, and kind of the second one, and it speaks a bit to the symmetry, is again, if we take to focus that the original home. I'm inserting a patio door as an example. I'm trying to bring that original home to life, and by putting a solid, basically porch across that front facade, and then moving that stair to the north, I feel does a better job doing that. Otherwise, it complicates it because you have a stair that remains to the north that is still going to the front door, but then you have this porch door.
Is that top drawing a straight on elevation or is it slightly rotated?
I believe it's a straight on elevation, but I can double check that.
The only reason I ask is because I recall that somebody said this back in November. God knows why I still remember this. That the columns, when I look at those columns on the front porch, for some reason they're not centered. I mean, they're granted the two end bays are smaller than the three center bays, but when you look at their relationship to the windows, which appear to be symmetrical on the house, the columns and the windows don't align. That's why I asked. I thought maybe you've rotated the drawing, but I'm not sure you have.
It's a good point. And I know this was called out as well. It's stuck in my mind. So it's actually pointed out in one of the elevations. If we can move to the east elevation, you'll see specific, here you go. If you look at the bottom left, you'll see specific references to the center of the columns as you move across.
So they're not,
they don't center on the house. Yep.
Yeah.
Which is strange because the roof, the overhang on either side appears to be symmetrical. So I don't understand.
I don't either.
I'm kind of with Elliot. I don't understand what happened there.
Actually, not. If you read the dimensions at the bottom, you'll see that it's 9.39397, but it's much more than a 4-inch difference. I mean, I don't quite understand it, and somebody, and it wasn't me, brought it up back in November because I think it was there then, and I don't remember the answer. That's why I asked again.
So
strange dimensions, 5'11", 6'1". I can't quite understand where it's coming from.
So, hey, I have a question.
Can I just answer that question very quickly? The windows aren't centered on the house, and the door is being placed over the window. So if you look at the windows, if you look at that left top, the best frame I think is the top. If you look at that left window to the right window on the second floor, you can see the left window is closer to the edge.
Yeah, I have a question for Elliot. Elliot, weren't you reminding us before that our job is not to redesign the house?
I'm not redesigning the house. I'm only asking.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
by implication.
In hopes of moving forward, are there any other questions that the commissioners would like to ask Mr. Lang before we deliberate?
Can I just ask one more? The 3-season room, again, because it's so close to the front facade, and we don't have any purview about what's going on inside, but have you ever considered, is there any way that could be near the rear facade? I think I would have less of a problem with that winged feeling if it was on the back half of the house versus the front half of the house. Again, the massing, both with the columns going up to the top, and then with the wings coming out, I feel like it's the massing isn't quite fitting into the neighborhood around it and the feeling of the house, original or currently. But if that could be shifted back, maybe, but I don't know if that works, if that's even an option with what's
in the absence of a set of floor plans, we can't decide whether that's a reasonable suggestion or not, because that room
all we can do is ask
connects into something,
yeah,
and we don't know what that is anymore.
But we don't have purview
plans.
over we don't have purview over the inside of the house. I'm just talking about it from the massing of the outside of the house as it relates to the district and the other houses around it.
Does have the option of letting us see the plans. It's just
Well,
not.
why don't we let Mr. Lang have an opportunity to respond to the question?
All right. I think I can go. So we could move the 3-seasons room back a bit, but I think there's a couple things to consider. And by a bit, I mean, maybe 5 feet or so. The concern I would have, and this gets to the symmetry argument, is then what do you do on the north elevation with the other mimicking roof line? And when I was, again, to the comment of wings, I was trying to bring that symmetry and wings to life. And it's then more difficult to then move the 3-season room back, because if we go to another elevation, you'll see that I'm pretty much moving the north roof as far back as I can go, without starting to basically change the entrance entirely. So that's just something to consider.
So I'm going to ask if there's any public comment for this application. No? Okay. So I think unless you guys have any other questions, I think we have enough information to have a discussion and hopefully move forward. I know from my perspective, I do have some concerns about the construction standards 2, 4, and 6 related to the items that Commissioner Sullivan just mentioned with the wings. And then also the corner columns, which would be alteration standard number 1, which is a alteration that, in my opinion, is probably not absolutely necessary. So if you guys have any other comments, and if we can maybe move forward to working towards a motion.
I guess I'll throw my 2 cents in. I think from my point of view, the corner pilasters on the main volume of the house aren't really appropriate, although those kinds of details exist in Greek Revival architecture. They never existed before on this house. It's kind of creating a false sense of history, in my opinion, to add that level of decoration to what was a fairly simple house originally. I do appreciate the improvements that have been made compared to the previous version. I still think turning the entrance to the porch, which currently faces the street, and moving it around to the north side, that's a big mistake and a big change to the standards in terms of how the house is approached from the public right of way. I don't think that complies, and I think the wing features on the porch really disrupt the massing here. It's already got kind of a odd history where it's this Greek Revival with the wraparound added to it, and I think extending the wraparound even further horizontally to the north and to the south just makes the massing even more muddled and more kind of getting away from what the actual historic character of the house is. I think it really, I think the one on the north really serves no purpose. It's kind of only accommodating something that's a bad idea for other reasons, which is moving the stairs to the side of the porch instead of the front. And the 3-season room probably is the type of amenity feature that we've had people add to the back in the past, as opposed to right at the front facade in a landmark district. So that's my take on it.
I support Ken's or Commissioner Idle's comments. I feel the same about the massing being a little bit complicated and the corner pilasters being a little bit of an unnecessary visual complication.
I agree with you, Ken. I guess I have to say whoever is that Beth? Yeah, and I think it's not only the corner column, but I'm not even convinced that that entire I'm going to call it a frieze that's running on the north and south. I'm waiting for applied figurines all the way across that eventually, or painted on. But I think it does go to how far do you go to introduce a new style, and I think that's the point that you were making, Ken, more than anything else, that it is something that's not original. I mean, I'm willing to deal with number 4, or I guess it's number 4, which is changes over the course of time, because then he'd be really stuck with that enclosed wrapped porch that exists now. And I think that's an application that I could live without you know, given when it was probably done, which is not all the way back in the history of the home. But I do agree with you on all of your other points. And I think it is improved over what I recall from November, but I think there's still this effort to create a new style that's, I think, driving much of what we're looking at.
Anyone else that wants to make any type of comment? Do we want to make a motion, or do, Mr. Lang, do you want to consider some of these standards and make design modifications, or what are your preference? I think the comments, just in summary, are related to the proportions of the covered entry and the 3 seasons, which I know are critical elements of your design.
Right. Yeah. So getting rid of the pilasters, if that's offensive, that's not a big deal. The coverings, you know, again, I would say that the north covering is less paramount, but from a design perspective, I think it's a better balance to what's on the south side. To the comment of moving the south 3-season room to the south, that again, you can move it feet, you cannot move it to the rear of the home, and still have it be, you know, part of an attached deck in any way. So that would be difficult if that's a requirement.
I don't necessarily know if it's absolutely a requirement. I think the comment is related to the proportions of the front facade, and if there's a possibility to alter the 3-season room so that the proportions of the original home are maintained, or at least not infringed upon so much so. So I mean, we might be able to have the possibility, and Cade, you can comment on this, is if there is a possibility for one or two commissioners to assist to help Mr. Lang to get through the process, or again, if you would rather we just vote tonight, we can do that as well.
And you can always, I would just like to point out, in this instance, I would discourage continuing the case. I think action is prudent, but you can always reapply, Mr. Lang. So you can always modify the case and come back. I think it just gets messy if we continue it. If you're ready for the next meeting, if it's continued again, I think it would be better to reapply if you were considering major changes.
I'm not considering major, you know,
Okay. Well, then it sounds like it's best for us to just vote on this tonight, and we'll vote on the design that you've proposed as stands. So if there's a way that I can have a commissioner maybe make a motion on that.
I'll make a motion. I move that we issue a certificate of appropriateness for 1206 Hinman Avenue in the Lakeshore Historic District, 20 Pres 0303. I'm not sure I'm completely in agreement with this description, but as written for re-siding portions of the home with fiber cement siding, the addition of new trim and other architectural features, demolition of the side porch, rebuilding of a new front porch, an additional side porch and stair entry on the north, and a 3-seasons room on the south, plus an additional, I believe it's a deck or porch at the rear. Applicable, if I've left anything out, please tell me. Applicable standards, alteration 1 through 10, construction 1 through 8, and 10 through 15, and demolition 1 through 6.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Bodan? Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Simon,
No.
Commissioner Reinhold,
No.
Commissioner Bodan,
No.
Commissioner Idle,
No.
Commissioner Morris,
No.
Commissioner Sullivan,
No.
Commissioner Cohen,
No.
Commissioner Dudnick.
No.
I know in the past when we've rejected applications like this, we sometimes go through and say what we think the standards that weren't met are. Is that something we need to do?
That would be typical, yeah.
I guess I would, from my point of view, looking at the standards for alteration, it's standard number 1 about reasonable effort that requires minimal alteration is not met. Standard 3, things that alterations that have no historical basis is not met. Number 6, talking about composition and visual qualities is not met. I don't know if anyone wants to add to my list.
I won't add to your list. I think should we do it each individually? It seems to me we should. Like or not.
No, Commissioner Dudnick, I think we can just, as a group, state which standards are. I don't think we need to keep repeating the same standards.
I actually think, Ken, you said 3, but not 2.
Yeah, 2 should be included. I agree with that.
I would include number 2. I think it's 1, 2, 6, 4. 4, but I think maybe not 4.
I would include the construction
Yeah.
to proportion of facades and 4, I believe, with them solids and voids and, well, no, 2.
I think I also would include construction 6 for the rhythm of the entrance porches.
Yeah. That's the one I was looking for.
Okay. We ready to move to the next application?
Just, can I ask quickly, the next steps are to adjust the drawings for the standards that the commission feels have been violated and then to come back. Is that right?
I believe you would start a new application with the Preservation Commission, right, Cade?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And we can be in touch, Paul. Why don't I'll send you an email in the morning.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I add that I voted against this because I think it can be improved based on the suggestions that were made. But I think the some of the objections and the standards for review that were cited, I have a problem with. It is not a landmark house in as currently existing, and with the alterations made to it, it's sorry, it's a dog. And for an architect to try and improve on that, I basically have no objection to.
Yeah, I think it's worse. Often we disapprove applications by this vote with finality to it because we don't want the project to go ahead. And certainly reiterating what Stuart said, I'd like to see the project go ahead. It's just some of the specific elements that I think don't work. Aren't true to the.
I respond to Stuart. I think that Stuart, you're reading some of these standards and the reasons that I guess we'll have to pick Ken because he was first. You're reading them much too literally. I think we're citing standards, but don't read those words as if they're hard and fast. Whoops, you didn't do the following. I think it's. The standards are there and it's an interpretation of the standards, and we're trying to encompass those issues that I think were troublesome to various commissioners. I can't speak for everybody here, but I think you're seeing it as if we're applying those standards in a hard and fast manner, and I don't think anybody was doing it in that way. I don't think anybody is intending that. I think we're looking at, if you look, people have cited number 6 and talked about, you know, certain aspects of composition, design, and color. And you could start with the beginning of that sentence and say, does that one even apply? So I think we're taking portions of those standards and applying it to this particular case. I don't think it's saying you didn't meet them, kabam. We'll leave that to the Supreme Court.
Okay, shall we move on to 929 Sherman Avenue?
929 Sherman Avenue, 20 PRES 0313. Dick Co. submits for COA for the construction of a 2-story addition to the existing garage in the rear yard as an ADU. Applicable standards, construction 1 through 5, 7, 8, and 10 through 15.
Okay, is the
Great, thank you,
applicant
Ted, and
present?
good evening.
If you could
Yes, King.
state your name and
Yes. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Dick Coe. I'm a worker owner of the Evanston Development Cooperative. I am the general contractor representing homeowners Doug and Fadia Nichols. As many of you know, we are a design builder of specifically accessory dwelling units, ADUs in Evanston. In our collaboration with the city and our zoning staff in updating the zoning code, we have learned, and I want to remind the commissioners that accessory structures and accessory dwelling units are considered permitted use. The Plan Commission made it clear in that process. I just wanted to just open by stating that. And with that, I will turn it over to Doug Nichols, the homeowner of 929 Sherman, to update the commission and tell you where he and Fadia stand. Doug, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Dick. Good evening, I guess, everybody. Happy 2021. I was just talking with my wife about where we left off last time. So last time, I believe we wanted to give it sounded like a couple commissioners wanted to potentially drive by the property. Our neighbors were on last time and raised a concern just about the proximity of the ADU to their structure, which happens to be built right on the property line. We had worked with Dick and our other architects to, go back and look and see if there was any other considerations we could make, that would alleviate their concerns. We did that, and I think, and I spoke to my neighbors this past weekend too, just kind of the outcome of that discussion. And the outcome is basically we did not come up with anything substantial that we think would alleviate their concerns, like, reducing the height of the structure or moving it. And frankly, as we talked about last time, I think that's largely due to the fact that we took in consideration all of those things while we were planning this out. I don't know if you guys recall, we originally had planned on kind of building it on top of the existing garage. We found out that it wasn't structurally capable. I'm sure Dick or Ralph can add a little more color to that, but I think it was just the thickness of the foundation wasn't capable enough to hold a dwelling unit or something along those lines. This is a unit that's for my parents who, up until COVID, had money down at the Mather that they were going to stay longer term. Once that happened, they kind of backed out of that pretty quickly. So this was our alternative approach, and we were working within the confines of some of the, I'd say requirements that they had, which is 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, a livable structure on a first floor. Should they have problems getting up and down stairwells, that we'd still be able to have some living space on the main floor. I wanted to call out a couple of things that we didn't talk about last time. I think, Dick, again, you can chime in, but I think we were allotted, due to the zoning regulations, more overall square footage that we intentionally decided to not take up, again, just to be cognizant of our neighbors' building and the structure, as well as I believe we had the zoning regulations have the ability to go up to 28 feet, I believe, and we, again, chose not to. We went to kind of what we thought would be a usable space, a livable space, a ceiling height within the unit, without having to go all the way up to that full height, again, to try to at least, do something out of respect for the neighbors and potentially the impact that it could have on their unit and the light affecting their guess it's south-facing windows. So I mean, that's basically, I don't know if anybody got a chance to drive by and kind of take a look at the property and kind of how it's all laid out and what it would look like.
Okay, thank you. Do the commissioners have any questions for Doug or Dick on the application? I just had one question, Doug. You guys have I know that the existing garage has vinyl windows and you propose vinyl windows on the new accessory structure. What type of windows are on the landmark home right now?
They are, I don't know if you mapped this out, Dick, or not, but I believe they're all wood, double hung, except for a couple of the smaller windows in the back.
Okay. So the choice of the vinyl was just simply to match the existing garage structure that's already
that
on.
it would be attached to, yeah.
Okay.
Great. And our architect, Ralph, is on the line as well.
So if the commissioners don't have any questions, I will open it up to public comment if there's anyone here to speak. Martin, if you want to go ahead and speak.
The question is if there's any interest from the commission to see the surroundings, because there were not many pictures available on that plan to see how that new building is embedded into the surroundings. So I got 3 pictures I could present if I got the option to share my screen for a moment. That's all what I would do at the moment.
Kate, I don't know if that's an option. Is it something?
We can do that. Hold on, I have to change.
Okay. Before the images on the screen go away, the important thing to note that is not shown in the site plan or in either of the renderings, but shows up in the garage alley southeast view, is the brick building, which is existing non-conforming, which is 3 feet away from the would be 3 feet away from the new structure. That's not something that has anything, in fact, to do with the issuing of a certificate of occupancy. It's just the circumstance of the existing non-conforming building that this new structure is going literally 3 feet away from. And that's a zoning issue, that the zoning would permit that, where the ordinance is written to try and assure that there will be at least a minimum of 6 feet between adjacent buildings like that.
Stuart, I'm not sure that they're not applying this as an accessory building, and if it were the garage, which it's not, it could be closer to the property line, but I'm not sure how it's being applied, in all fairness to you. I think when you look at that view that we're looking at now of the rendering at the north that says northeast view from alley,
yeah,
you realize that your brick building is right about where there's that dark line next to the building, and
yeah, that's the property line, and it's actually at one end over the property line. I'm just pointing this out. I don't think it's comes under our purview. And I actually don't think that, while it should bear on any decision we make, I don't think that it can.
It would have been nice to see how that impacts the windows. And I think when you talk about any light coming into any of those south windows of the new house.
Yeah, forget it.
I'm the neighbor. My name is Silla Hacker. May I also, for us, we have made the point at the previous meeting, of course, that affects our house and our light, our living and everything. But I have a question to the whole committee that really bothers me. When we bought our property, the brick building, we were told that this is a preserved, a historic lot, our neighbors, not ours, and no buildings can be built upon this lot. And now we are faced with two, let's say, a big garage that could be in itself a coach house and another building. And my question to you is, has the preservation or have the preservation criteria changed so dramatically with this allowance to build coach houses on the properties that kind of undoes everything that was said before? I'm asking that because you know, we bought our building with the condition and with the price too that this lot is historic and there cannot be a building, because there was a previous owner who had wanted to build, I think, even a 3-story building, and that was denied by the city. I don't know whether by the preservation committee or whatever, but it was denied, and that was part of our decision making when we bought the house. So my question to you, frankly, is that all gone now?
I can respond to that. Really, your concerns are, as Commissioner Cohen stated, they're not related to the preservation ordinance. What they are zoning code issues, and what is being proposed can be done as of right other than preservation approval. So it does meet all code requirements.
Kay, do we have the pictures that Martin was gonna try to show us?
You can go ahead and share your screen. I would just ask that you make it as brief as possible.
Yeah, can you see it now?
We can, thank you.
Yeah, so that would be the view from south to north. You see the garage on the right side, and on the left, the ending of the existing building. That would be the view from the alley. So that would be our south and east wall, and the garage on the other side on the left. And finally, the view from west to east and to the alley, and you see that fence where the new building will be located. I think that's it so far.
Okay, thank you. Do the commissioners have any other questions before we go into just discussion?
We go back to the previous photo, as long as he's got them there. Okay.
This one?
Yeah, that's because that essentially identifies the slot that the new structure is going into. It's literally going from the end of the garage, you know, within 2 feet of this brick wall. Is that correct?
Yeah. As far as I understand, they take away a bit of the garage, and I think those walls are a bit more than 3 feet away, if I saw the drawings correctly.
Well, the existing brick building is actually non-conforming. It's built over the property line, and because it's not shown on your site plan, we actually don't know what the distance will be. We just know the distance from the property line. But again, these are all zoning issues.
Well, they are, but they also affect what we're looking at here. In terms
Yes, a very big building that will block all light and air to the existing windows of the existing building. And I certainly don't feel good about that, but I don't know that we have, as preservation commissioners, any tools to correct or respond to that.
Well, commissioners, I'll just remind you that on the standards for construction 4 and 5, then we do talk about the rhythm of the solids and the voids, and the rhythms of spacing and structure on the streets. So this is interesting because it's not the
on the street
front building. It is a public way because it is on the alley and as an accessory dwelling unit at the back, like defined as at the back of the lot. That's interesting. So I do feel like there is those two tools, but But just a question I had for the owner and the architects. Seeing that there's that parking lot on the other side of the lot, was it ever considered to build the accessory dwelling unit so that it was on that property line, even though it would require some of the reconstruction of the newer garage?
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, we went through it, just a cost analysis of what it would take to essentially tear down the garage and rebuild it, either on top of it, like partially on top of it with the first floor and a second floor going on top of the garage, or just like a mirrored image of what you're seeing now. And it
Right.
frankly
Can
turned
we see the
into,
site plan again, please?
it turned
Was
into
there
about $50,000
question?
of additional costs.
Just say that one more time, please. That
So
last
it
bit.
turned into about $50,000 of additional cost for us.
I don't think the suggestion was tearing down the garage. It was simply building it on the opposite side of the garage. Can we see the site plan again?
Yeah, but I mean, to
No,
retain.
you can't
the-
do it.
You say to retain the dimensions of the garage, we would have to.
You'd have to
essentially-
build over it and tear part of it down.
Yeah, and then or extend it out if we
I was
want to
gonna
keep
say-
the same.
Or pick it up and move it, put it on a new pad. We rebuilt a garage that way recently.
Hmm.
We picked it up and poured a new pad under it and put it back down. Did anybody look at at picking the garage up and moving it, some number of feet to the north?
Well, the other, Stuart, is, and I've done it, is you could build a second floor above that garage without touching the existing garage.
Yep.
Hmm.
Some columns and some steel.
Like,
Doesn't even necessarily have to be steel in this case.
Yeah, I guess just what I'm thinking is that of all locations on the fairly large backside of that lot, and especially having an open parking lot on the other side, then introducing a two-story new building right up against an existing brick solid mass just wouldn't be, it just doesn't present the greatest massing there.
I agree. Also, if you look at the picture, I think it's page 148 of the actual landmark or the historic City of Evanston property view. If you look, in my packet, it's packet 148, the National Register and Local Register listing. So if you're looking at this house here, there's going to be, between this house and the historic house next to it, there's going to be more mass right behind it and between those two historic structures in terms of what Beth was saying in terms of the massing. And am I understanding that right?
Oh, it's all the way back at the back of the lot.
How tall is the roof line compared to the roof line of the house?
Good question.
This is Ralph Hoffman. I'm in the architecture team for the project. The roof, the ridge of the ADU is lower than the ridge of the primary structure. In part, as you can see, the primary structure is raised up out of the ground. You know, the basement is like a garden unit. So we're down at, I need my glasses. I think it was 25. What's the dimension on there?
Looks like 23 and change.
Yeah, 23 and change.
And what's the ridge of the existing house?
I don't know that off the top of my head, but it's significantly large or higher. Just imagine lifting, go back to that other photo and count the risers of the front porch step. I'm going to guess it's another 4 feet plus. taller. So if our ADU is, ignore the brick. If you look at primary house, the upper photos, the top photos, just ignore the brick band around the bottom, which is really the basement of the primary house. If you were to just drop that whole thing down, you're closer to what the ADU is.
So that is, so if I'm looking at primary house front northwest, the ridge line will come up to
It'd be low. It'd be
cornice
below
of the main structure.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that? The ridge would come where?
It's, I guess where, when I'm looking at the main structure, the ridge line would come up to like the cornice or the bottom end of the slope of the original structure's roof.
Yeah, it might be a little taller than that. Again, I'm making an assumption about the 40, 4 foot to 4.5 feet of masonry, exposed masonry there. So you might be, if you look at the southwest photo, so the right-hand one, and how the eave is broken with those shed dormers, it might be closer to the eave of the shed dormer than it is to the bottom of the eave of the primary gable.
Okay.
I'm guessing, but yes, it's lower. Mhm.
Okay. And then what is, when I look at the site plan, the proposed ADU is 45 feet deep. What's the distance from the west facade of the proposed ADU and the rear of the existing residence?
Oh,
like 40 feet or 20 feet or?
Yeah, hold on.
You guys are already beyond the 30-foot rear yard, so.
Yeah, it's so we're kind of aligned. Yeah, I don't have that dimension off the top of my head, and I'm not, for some reason. Hold on. I just, if you could pull up I can't control the presentation. If you could pull up the site plan. Yeah, is that dimension not on there? Yeah, I mean, it's essentially there's an existing concrete pad there, and we're pretty much, we're a few inches past the edge of the existing pad, as it were. So the distance, proportionally, I'm seeing 45 feet is the ADU. It's about 45 feet if you to the just shy of 45 feet. And I'm just, proportionally on that, if you're looking at that site plan, it's within, it's definitely more than what, it's we're well outside the allowable distance, I should say. We're exceeding the allowable distance that zoning would permit us to have between those two structures.
This has already gone through zoning?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, if the commissioners don't have any other questions, I think depending on how you feel about the application, we may want to talk about the standards of review and how this applies to it. The last time we talked to the applicant, we asked them to look into the alternate options of, working with the neighbors and possibly coming up with a different scenario of putting it over the garage. I believe they've obviously restated today that that was not something that was economically feasible. So I think from our view, we should vote on this design tonight as stands. Does anyone want to make any comments about the standards or possibly make a motion?
Yeah, I can comment about the standards. I'll just reiterate what I said earlier, is that I don't feel like the standards of construction 4 and 5 in relation to the solids and voids in the facades and the rhythm of spacing and structures on streets is met with the location of the ADU on that corner in relation to the neighboring mass right next to it, neighboring building right next to it.
I wasn't here for the last meeting, so I've missed most of that discussion, and I'm not sure what was there before. I would have added standard 10 because of the size and mass, not so much, well, probably in relation to open spaces, as well as that relationship to, let's call it, properties and structures. I think in this case, adjoining structures as well.
Doesn't 10 say that if you remove the addition, the integrity of the original structure would be unimpaired? So we're talking about preserving the integrity of a contemporary garage.
No, we're talking about construction standards.
Oh, standard. I'm sorry. I'm looking at review of alterations, constructions.
Ken,
Yeah,
did you have a comment?
I'm a new member and don't have all these committed to memory yet.
Ken?
The one standard I think,
Scale of the structure, yeah, okay.
Looking just at the design of the new coach house and putting the siting issues all to the side, the standard number 3 related to the proportions of openings, I think needs a little thought. Right now the coach house as designed has kind of a wide variety of window types and sizes and opening proportions, which seems it's a little random to me. I'd like to see a little more consistency of window openings and proportions. I think when you're looking at a coach house structure, I like to see that it has some visual relationship to the primary house, which in this case is fairly consistently has normal vertically proportioned double hung windows, as opposed to various squares or horizontally oriented windows on a coach house. That'd be my one kind of concern.
Okay, so we have standards 3, 4, 5, and 10. Commissioner Sullivan and Chair Simon, do you have anything else you want to add?
No, I concur with the comments made so far.
Are we ready to make a motion? Shall I rephrase? Would someone like to make a motion?
Well, I guess the question is whether we're voting on this because we don't approve of the construction of the unit because of whatever issues versus we'd like to see some specific changes. I think those are very different.
I think the idea that we asked the applicant and their design team to look at the options, and I believe, and Doug and Dick, you guys can correct me, and Ralph as well. I believe you guys came back and said that this is really truly probably the only economical option that you have, correct?
That's correct.
That is correct. And I think on page 151 of the packet, we did include a rendering view from Sherman Avenue. You'll see that, certainly in that view, the windows are not randomly placed. You do see the resemblance to the front house. So I just want to make that comment on that. And also, like I stated before, we designed it based on what zoning has stated that is permitted use by rights. We have received our zoning approval. The zoning analysis came back compliant. So I just want to restate that.
In terms of just one other comment, and I don't know, Ralph, you can chime in if you want, but the windows were explicitly placed like that on the north side too, just did not be aligned. with the neighbors' windows, as well as, right, for privacy issues, it was specifically designed with the angles, so there's no line of sight directly into any of their windows. And we've also been talking about making those, what, semi-transparent or opaque or whatever. Anything else that we can do to, help alleviate at least the privacy related concerns.
Two comments. Actually, the drawing that I'm looking at now that I'm realizing doesn't have the correct window. It's not the same
Right.
package that was presented last month. This is an old drawing. So these renderings don't reflect the window arrangement that we're actually proposing. And so I don't know where there was some confusion there. But to speak to, so yes, these renderings, they appear probably random in the wrong way. One of the commissioners, had made that comment. The correct renderings, however, our final layout of the windows, we did try to mimic as much as possible the primary house. So there is somewhat of a randomness and change of size of those windows. So if you're looking at this drawing and look at the two photos in the middle and the back elevation where you've got a large double hung and then, a pair of smaller double hungs up over the ridge of the gable of the little porch.
Sorry to rudely interrupt you, but I just wouldn't go there with the windows. Tell me about the horizontal window, which is
so this drawing is wrong. I don't know why this.
What does the new one look like?
Yeah,
and it doesn't have a picture, 50s picture window in the front.
Yeah, no, this is the wrong. I don't know. This is not the drawing that was presented to you last month. So I don't know how.
I don't think the windows are the big issue for me. I'm sorry.
Okay. Off the windows, I do want to, another part of our programming that Doug mentioned earlier when he was speaking, when considering do we build over the existing garage, structural issues aside, the occupant will be his parents, and one of our programmatic tasks was to try to provide first floor living. So to do one of our typical ADUs where all of the living is on the second floor, we were trying to do something different in this particular case to meet that programmatic need as well. So I just want to remind the commissioners that when we revisited and rethought, and even from the outset, where to place this, do we go over the existing garage, etc.
What were you saying about one story? Are you telling me that you explored doing a one-story addition, which would certainly...
where we want living on the first story.
Oh, what's on the second story then?
Well, there's living on two stories, but it allows the occupant to age in place. And if in the future they have a need where they can't get to the second floor, they can still be accommodated on the first floor.
But you could do essentially a one bedroom with a combined living dining room on one floor and still allow light and air to get to the upper windows in the adjacent building.
But then the trade-off there is it pushes against other programmatic requirements, which was,
Well, we don't know about those, but if it's for aging parents, I would think a single story addition that had, ADA compliant bathroom, a kitchen, and then a separate bedroom and a combined living dining space could be accommodated in the footprint that you have.
We considered all of that, yes.
Is this the correct rendering of windows?
Yeah, and this rendering, that you're seeing, you can see how we're showing the ADU as would be seen from Sherman back behind the primary structure. Yes, that that is the correct um, elevation view.
Yeah.
Or
And I have
arrangement.
I have the drawings that we submitted to Carlos here, so I can share that screen and we can certainly look at our email paper trail too.
Yeah, did you look at a scheme that did a narrower addition and started to borrow ground floor space from the garage rather than second floor space from the garage? Or rather,
Yes. It's narrow. It's pretty narrow as it is. It's 15. The you know.
Yeah.
15
It's
feet.
it's going 4 feet into the existing garage
Well, the thing about it is
on the first floor.
Oh,
if you're talking,
well, we don't have any plans, so sorry.
you're talking about a one-story building, as Stuart is suggesting, there's nothing that says it can't be to the, what direction is that? I've lost it now, in front of the garage. Because there's nothing on these, let's call it the buildings, the home side of the garage, that's basically an L-shaped one-story building. I think you're going with the one-story building idea, Stuart, correct?
Were you asking me a question, Elliot?
Yeah, I was asking whether or not you were basically trying to say, why not?
Well, he said it didn't meet the program of requirements.
They were.
The massing of a one-story building would be more appealing to me.
You know,
may I perhaps just also add, I don't know whether you are aware of it, that at the back of the alley, I don't know, big apartment building is being planned, and that was already approved and then taken off because I think the owner died or something. But there will be brand new apartment buildings right at the back of the alley. So there's no emergency here or anything like that. It is the economic considerations, of course, but I still think, I don't know. I mean, there's the other side to the parking lot, and it all comes down to the garage that is in I don't know, in the place of everything one could play with. And as long as this garage is kind of sacrosanct, one cannot do anything. And I understand that, but it kind of, I do not understand it, but I'm biased. I'm a neighbor. I don't want it. We have our bedrooms there. We have 2 bedrooms there and everything. So
We need to wrap this up. Commissioners, we have 7 additional cases on the agenda for tonight. And we've talked about this for an extremely long length of time. I would encourage some kind of action at this point.
All right.
I agree. Is someone ready? Can someone make a motion?
I'll make a motion too.
Thank you.
Okay. I move to issue a certificate of appropriateness for 929 Sherburne Avenue, which is a landmark home, for the construction of a 2-story addition, the existing garage in the rear yard as an accessory dwelling unit in accordance with applicable standards for construction 1 through 5, 7, 8, and 10 through 15.
Is there a second?
I second.
Commissioner Sullivan? Roll call vote.
Commissioner Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Reinhold,
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan,
No.
Commissioner Idle,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
No.
Commissioner Cohen,
I think it meets all the standards. I vote yes, and I think it's immoral.
Commissioner Dudnick.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-2.
Okay. Thank you. Kay, do you want to introduce the next application, please?
1227 Greenwood Street, 20 PRES 0315. Guy Elgat and Valerie Sternberg submit for a COA proposing to renovate existing first floor, replace all windows. I will note that the notice for this the description is not correct. They came back with revisions to what's being proposed. The notice, I was instructed to keep the same so that we didn't need to renotice the case. Applicable standards, alteration 1 through 10, construction 1 through 8, 10 through 15, demolition 1 through 6.
Okay, I remember, obviously some of the commissioners will be familiar with this case, having seen it before. Kay, did we ever clarify whether this is this going to be reviewed by the alteration standards and the construction standards?
I think under the original proposal, I would have instructed commissioners to review it under construction standards. I think under the new proposal that you're reviewing, I think the applicable standards mentioned are relevant.
Okay. Okay, if the applicant is ready, you go ahead and give your presentation. And if you want to focus obviously on the things that you've changed since the last time you presented.
Yeah, hi, I'm Peter Kading. I'm the architect for this project, and I'll try and go through quickly so we can get to questions. For the site plan, the area of the new addition and the new deck on the second floor have stayed the same. So the site plan has not changed substantially, but as we continue down to the next slide, what we have changed primarily is we've kept most of the existing roofs to the east, the original gable, 2 gables on the front and the hip on the back, and limited most of the changes to the second story addition. We can go to the next slide. So from this, you can see that we have changed materials on some of the existing construction, but the existing garage and the garage gable are still there, and the main gable over the front door are still there. What we've added is a new second story with 2 gables with similar slopes to match the existing single story gables. We've kept most of the remaining brick on the bottom of the house, and with the exception of the entry area there where we have what we're proposing to be a synthetic wood product, and we've removed some of the existing vinyl siding in favor of stucco to match a new stucco second story addition. We can keep going through the elevations. So the front elevation is on Greenwood. The west elevation is on Asbury. From this, you can see that we had, obviously we've added a whole second story there. Adding the additional gables, I like the way that they sort of stepped down and tied into the existing house. We tried a lot of variations on this, and one of the hiccups is that if we try and limit it too much just to the second story piece, it looks like a very skinny house put next to a low, wide house next to it. So I was working to try and tie the 2 pieces together to some extent. The windows on this facade are taken from the front facade, the size of them, so that we have one common size for not all the windows, but for several of them. We can go to the next facade. The rear facade, I chose not to drag that second story roof down as to limit the impact on the neighboring property to the north. We don't have a huge setback on that yard, and I know that owner is concerned about obviously an addition close to her house. The second story does line up mainly with the garage portion of her house, and so it's inevitable that there will be some loss of light to our house, but we tried to limit that to as much as possible. However, the whole east side of the house remains as she's used to. And then this facade is, you can see the addition in the distance, but then the actual east facade is just new windows and doors and existing openings. These are also from last time, where I have superimposed the new elevations with the neighbors to the east in the top drawing, and then at the bottom drawing, that's the neighbor to the north with the new second story addition. This is a new rendering from somewhere close to the corner. And you can see how it sort of steps back and gives it a little bit of space there. The next couple renderings, I think, are straight on views, to give us some sense of height compared to the neighbors. The neighbor to the east there is another single-story brick house, but we're pretty far away from that one. It's primarily this neighbor to the north that we're close to, which is the next slide. But so you can see in the colors there where we have what's currently painted white brick, and we're proposing to paint it, a gray color, and then a gray stucco above that. The brick portions of the two houses line up fairly close as they exist. Then the final view is looking down Greenwood towards the lake. And you can see across the street that we're still quite a bit smaller than most of the larger historic houses on the other corners. That the house to the south there is a 3-story house, and it's, quite a bit larger than what we're proposing on our corner. These are just pictures of the neighborhood. These are just the different streets. So our house is up in the upper left-hand corner, and then the neighbors working east towards Ridge, across the street where we have the Unitarian Church, a smaller neighbor at 1222 in the middle, and then the larger 3-story house on the corner. And I think there's one more picture or page of photos. Our house is in the upper right-hand corner. 1409 is a neighbor immediately to the north. And then the next neighbor to the north is 1415, which is a house of the same approximate age. That one is a full 2 stories. You can actually see it in the middle picture as well, where there's a full 2 stories where it runs back the length of the lot. And our house, the new 2nd-story gable, would be of a similar height to that house. And this my owners wanted to put together a statement where they wanted to explain sort of how they felt about the standards and where they sort of felt we fell in relation to them.
Okay, do the commissioners have any questions? Peter, I had one question when I looked at the revised design drawings.
Okay.
Have you considered what the transition between the existing brick on the first floor and where it transitions into the stucco? I was having some trouble understanding. It's just kind of right now a blend between the stucco and the brick, but I would assume that there's going to have to be some sort of detail or trim or something that happens.
Yeah, there'll be
there.
some sort of reglet there, probably, a piece of aluminum that the stucco would be formed against. That would give it a hard edge, but not a lot of depth. The alternate thought would be to take from the original house, there's sort of a 9-inch metal band, and it seemed really heavy to sort of continue that band all the way around it. In some of the elevation drawings, you can see the band does dead end into the new part, but I didn't see how you could introduce a different size band, and that band is very heavy. So I think some sort of hard edge.
Was that band originally a wood trim board?
It's covered in aluminum right now. So at some point it could have been wood. Certainly, I haven't removed any of the aluminum to see if something remains underneath.
Yeah. Did you look at running that trim board around, which was a feature of the existing house? It seems to me that having fielded objections to an all stucco house painted gray, that you've tried to accomplish the same thing by diminishing the difference between the stucco and the brick by painting it very similar colors.
That was definitely a preference. I certainly could, if that was something that was important. We certainly could continue a band all the way around. And, you know, of course, at this scale, it's always hard to see. In that garage there, you can see where we've, you know, introduced the band in a darker color. So it's something that could be added in on the three sides, you know, to the left of that, the large gable there, and then on the west side, and then the rest of the north side to meet the band. That if you go back to the rear, the north elevation, you can sort of see how it currently, the line drawing a couple higher up or back further. Back further, yeah, one or two more. There's where you can see that band that is above all the windows, and that's where it would continue from.
Yeah, in my mind, it almost feels like it wants to come across like it did it originally.
Yeah, I definitely considered it. I'm not sure. Like I said, I feel like it may be, you know, somewhat heavy, and I'm just not sure. Like I said, I don't think I could make it small. I feel like if I did a band from scratch, I'd want it to be not as tall as that. And so, but if I was to do a band, I'd obviously want to continue that height all the way around.
Well, it fills in the dimension from the head of the windows to the underside of the soffit.
Right.
That's basically what its function is.
Right. And it as on the original house, it obviously works, you know, in that dimension. It's just once it gets floating in space there, as it continues to the right of that existing roof, does it still work at that dimension? And
Well,
I'm not saying it couldn't work.
Is that drawing a little misleading because your roof is projecting out? You've got, you know, a slight soffit and I guess a gutter. So that all reads as if the gutter is dying into the side of the stucco. The stucco's in the plane of the brick, isn't it?
Yes.
So there's something that roof would be coming out beyond it, as would be the gutter,
which
you've got on the face of that thing.
Yeah, it's drawn correctly. It's just that looking at the elevation, you don't understand that that's forward of the stucco and the brick.
Well, that's why the idea of running the band all the way across, you still have other things that are projecting out.
Yes. So, right. So you're talking about the existing sloped roof. Yes, obviously there's I don't know, I think it's a 16-inch overhang there, plus the gutter that comes out past it. And I think I drew it correctly in the west facade.
Your gutter won't quite end the way it does. And then there's going to be these awful things like downspouts that we don't get to see ever, because we all try to avoid showing them.
Yes, there will be some downspouts.
There's actually going to be one coming down from the upper one somewhere in that corner too.
Well, it'll spill on the upper roof and then get collected on the one that'll go right at the end of the gutter.
Correct. This facade in reality is 7 feet from a 6 foot tall fence, and you know, you actually won't ever see the downspouts, or you know, nobody really will. But I do understand what you're saying. But yes, so, the band as it's drawn does end where the gutter would end in this elevation. But if we extend the band, then the gutter will stop and the band would continue.
So, Elliot, since you didn't get to see the original submission, it was an all stucco composition of flat roof boxes. Okay. Yeah, amidst a neighborhood of 50s ranch houses.
Well, except that a block down, there's a couple of newer ones just to the south.
Yeah, yeah. And there are a couple of older houses interspersed.
So do any other commissioners have any questions for the architect? If not, I will open it up to public comment. Is there anyone here to speak from the public? No? Okay. One other going back, one question I had is that you guys are proposing the fiberglass Marvin Ultrex windows. That's going to be for the entire home, including the existing first floor, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
And what were the original windows? The divide?
The current windows they're aluminum divided light windows. I'm unsure of the exact vintage of them. They have aluminum storms. They're like these on this drawing here, like the outer panels, like the bottom, they're outswing casements on the, but only the outer two bands of divided lights there, and then the top is like a kind of like a transom almost. So I feel like they probably were replaced at some point, but they are a divided light aluminum window.
Okay. And just one question about that band that you were talking about earlier about separating the two textures. Is that something that you would reintroduce on the south elevation as well, at the brick and the stucco as well, on the south elevation?
So if we were to add the band back in, yes, I think it would have to run all the way around. I don't know how I can make sense of it stopping with the existing building, but I can't make sense of it stopping on only one, missing a facade of the new addition.
Yeah, and so then my only, yeah, we're on the same page. I guess just the new expression of the vertical siding on that part with the front door and those 4 windows.
Mm-hmm.
It's so different from the original horizontal line of the ranch. I guess I'm just having a little trouble, not trouble, but just it's a new expression of the design, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around that.
So yeah, part of what the owners would really like is to the living room, the front door opens into an entryway, and then those windows open on into an existing living room that currently has 8-foot ceilings that they're hoping to expand the height in there and to get some more light in there to make it, a more modern living room. And so they would like to expand the windows there, mainly using some of the existing expanding the existing opening rather than completely recreating it. We did some versions with tall windows that went up to the gable of the roof, and I don't know if it necessarily worked better. It seemed a little bit strained and maybe a little bit too, period piece to try and do something that would have been done on a different house at a different time. And then the vertical wood is something that they really like that. And I sort of use that in the area of the existing entrance, but then in the entrances to off this deck on the second floor.
I see that.
Okay. And I think that, horizontal and vertical wood would have been something that could have been seen on a house of this vintage, not exactly these, something my dad would have called a California contemporary, but the vertical wood's not completely out of place in this time.
Actually, I think your point of increasing those windows made a lot of sense. I realize you were trying to avoid the 1970s, but somewhere when you look at that entire mass, the entry door is almost lost compared to what, there was not necessarily a formal entrance before, but you understood where the entry was, and now it's just one of a lot of little objects. I think when you were trying to make that portion of the house a better thing with the higher windows and a larger space, it actually made more sense as announcing the entry.
Mhm.
Pretty soon, we're gonna have shed roofs and you're gonna be going back to the 1970s in this thing, so I won't say any more. Waiting for Sea Ranch to come next.
Yeah. Is there any shelter for the door that's marked number 5, or is it just in the surface like the windows?
So yeah, and you can see that roof there overhangs, I don't know, 3-4 feet.
Okay.
And what they would like to do is to push that whole, the wall that's in the windows. I'm sorry, it's been a long time watching you guys. I feel bad that you've had to do all this work. The original drawing down below, the sided portion is actually out 3 feet, and we've actually pushed that back in plane with the windows.
Why not push the door and that portion of the wall in so that it's really an entry?
Well, we don't have a floor plan, so we don't know what that means to do it.
Well, and if you look, you can see that what originally is a column there, and the lower drawing on the left there is actually a return wall there. So there
Yeah.
is a little bit of an entry, there is some protection there.
It's gone now, isn't it?
Yeah, it's gone.
No,
Yeah.
in the straight on elevation, it doesn't show up very clearly. If you look in some of the model drawings, I think you can see it a little bit better.
Elliot, for your benefit and mine, let's remind ourselves we're not supposed to be redesigning this gentleman's house design.
Critical comment.
Okay.
Does that, Chair Simon, you have a comment?
Do you want a motion? Would that be okay? Since it's-
Yeah, I think that would be wonderful.
Okay.
I would like to make a motion. Let me see as a newcomer if I can correctly. I move that we grant a certificate of occupancy, certificate of appropriateness to 1227 Greenwood Street. And that it meets the standards for review of alteration 1 through 10. Don't need to say anything else?
Yeah, it's construction 1 through 8 and 10 through 15.
Sorry, and construction 1 through 8 and, let me get the right piece of paper. What else?
10 through 15.
10 through 15.
And demolition 1 through 6.
And demolition 1 through 6.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Dudnick, second. Let's do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Reinhold,
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan,
Yes.
Commissioner Idle,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes, and I urge you to think about some of the recommendations made.
Commissioner Dudnick,
I'm abstaining, and probably for the reason that I should have on the previous one. There's been too much discussion and too much of what's being presented occurred at a prior meeting. I mean, in hindsight, I actually should have abstained on the last one as
Wait,
well.
how come I wasn't allowed to abstain on the one that I wanted to abstain on?
I want to abstain on something
Okay, so
from aldermen, so be careful.
So Cade, we have a 7 with one abstention.
abstention, yes.
Oh
yeah.
man, it's getting late. Okay, so the motion passes. Thank you. We
Thank you for
appreciate
your
the redesign too and taking the commissioner's
Yeah.
comments.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Right.
let's move on. I think the next one was requested by the applicant to be continued, right?
Correct. He had some significant water damage over the holiday that is going to restrain his budget for the project. He's
Okay.
requested a continuance.
So we're going to continue it. It's not dismissed. It's just continued, right?
I would recommend to continue it, and really only because it was renoticed, and so there's really no harm in
Okay.
continuing.
Okay, so can someone maybe make a motion to continue?
I move that we, that the case for 1735 Asbury 20 Pres 0293 be continued to the meeting of February 9th, 2021 of the
Second.
Preservation Commission.
Second.
Commissioner Bodan, second.
Commissioner Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Reinhold,
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan,
Yes.
Commissioner Idle,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen,
Where is he? He's gone.
Stuart,
Commissioner Dudnick,
Yes. I think we lost him.
can we do a vote without him or do we need to wait for him?
Just a continuance.
yeah, you don't need to wait for him.
Okay, so we'll do 7-0 for the continuance, 1735 Asbury. Okay, the next application, 1509 Forest Avenue.
Good evening.
Oh, so Mr. Sterling will introduce you and then.
Forest Avenue, 20 PRES 0310, Sergio Barraza applies for a COA due to hail damage to replace the existing aluminum siding on the house and garage with hardy plank lap siding. Applicable standards, alteration 1 through 10.
Yes, so the very next last questions were about what kind of corners were original, and you guys were thinking about miters, but it was actually a 4-inch, 4-inch corner. And I do believe you do have all the pictures. Another question was about if we're gonna add 1/4-inch insulation, if the window trim will sticking out, and yes, it will.
Okay, so just in summary, it's a landmark building.
Yes.
I believe it has the 4-inch exposure of the wood siding, and there are some pictures at the very end of the application that they've added in that show vertical corner boards that are existing.
That is correct, but I just want to correct you on one. The siding exposure, it's actually 7.5. The corner was 4 inches.
What is the exposure for the original wood siding?
It's 7.5.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, and then your proposal was to remove the existing wood and aluminum siding and replace it with the hardy plank. I believe.
No, my proposal was actually to remove existing aluminum siding, which gives us actually more space because it's gonna be removed, and exposure. Hold on, let me just. I'm gonna look at it. The thickness of the siding, existing siding, is 3/4 of an inch. So when we remove it, we have plenty of space to put 1/4-inch insulation and finish all. Put 4-inch corners and finish all the siding according to the specification, including the 1/4-inch fan-fold insulation.
And then the exposure that you're proposing for the new fiber cement siding is what?
It's so let's say existing aluminum siding, has more exposure. It's more thicker than actual hardy board. So we will actually the way the house is looking right now, we still have a space to have the window trim, door trim sticking out even more than an existing siding.
I don't think that's the question.
Yeah, I think we're more interested in what's underneath.
What's
Like
underneath?
Vertical dimension.
Yeah. I think if and Melissa, if you can scroll through the pictures towards the end, I think it will help the commissioners.
These are all
understand.
pictures. I did supply.
Wasn't there a picture of the old siding?
There's additional pictures that I believe you added.
All right. So this is aluminum, what you see.
All right.
That's coming off.
Keep going.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Oh, wait.
So this
There we
is-
go. Wait. Go back there.
So this is, I believe, the original or the wood
Yeah.
siding that's below the aluminum.
Yeah,
siding, correct?
it's
Yes,
4
you're
inches.
completely right, because I was looking at the wrong pictures. I was looking at aluminum siding. So yeah, you're completely correct. So can you go back one? Can you go up?
So the old siding was 4. You've currently got 7 in aluminum, and you want to go to 5 in hardy board.
Yes.
Correct.
Good.
And there's a picture in there that shows, Melissa, if you go a few more, there's one of vertical corner
Of the corner
boards.
boards, yeah.
Too far.
So I think that answers the question of what is done at the corners with the hardy plank as well.
Yes, and the main question, main concern was about the even miters or corners, but the original was actually actual corners with a 4-inch exposure.
And that's what you propose to match?
Yes.
It doesn't look like a lap siding if you go back to one of those.
What do you mean by that? That doesn't look like a lap siding. It is a lap siding. It's wood siding. I believe it's cedar.
Go back one. No, keep going. It was there on one of those pictures.
Elliot, you're saying that because the board it doesn't seem to have an angle to it?
Look right here. Go back one. Oh, you're too fast. He's zipping through them. Stop.
It's
And you guys
Melissa.
said originally 10 minutes per case, and it's
So
like,
Elliot, if it's not a lap siding, what is it?
Stop here. Look at the top above the paint, and you can see that it's recessed in. I don't think it's straight.
I do believe that the bottom piece of the wood that you're looking at, it's as a
water
starting, it's called a starter. It's like a trim underneath.
Yeah, this is like the specialty trim at the bottom. This doesn't.
That is
tell us-
correct, yes.
But one of the other, well, then there, so what we're saying is it's 4-inch lap siding.
That is correct, and that's what I'm trying to match.
Siding.
And keeping the wood siding on the, it's really good condition. There's no rotten boards. So keeping the wood siding in place, removing the aluminum siding and replacing the aluminum siding with a 1/4-inch fence vault, it will bring much more R value to their house.
That will still give you a little bit of a protrusion of the window trim.
Yes,
is what
because
you're saying.
existing siding is more than 1/4-inch exposure. So yes, that is correct.
Okay. Are there any other questions from the commissioners?
Yeah, and what is the dimension of the corner boards if you were to do the non-mitered?
It is 4 inches as the original siding, and you have such a nice voice.
And so would you do, just curious, like would you do 3 and then 4-inch boards? So that then when you put the 3 plus the reveal of the other, it would be 4 and 4? How
What
do
do
you-
you mean by 3 and 4? Because we would like to match 4 and 4. So all sides of the corner, let's say, the corner will be actually 4 and 4.
No, they won't.
Oh, they
But
will.
then when you put the 4 up against the edge of the other 4-inch, then it'll be 4 plus the width of the.
Yeah, you're right, Beth.
So would you?
Uh,
do you
Honestly,
know any?
to make sure that it's 4 and 4, for let's say let's go the left side will be 4-inch and the right side would be, we actually cut it along the length of the corner to make sure that it's gonna match the same size. So it's not, I know what you're saying, it's gonna lose like half an inch or 3/4 of an inch because we're overlapping, but we'll make sure the one side of it is gonna be longer and we're gonna cut along the corner to make sure that both sides are actually matching 4 inches.
Got it. Okay.
And my questions are actually, existing siding is white. Do you guys have any specification about the color? Because it's really nice looking houses right by the lake and no, not really? Okay.
It's outside of our purview.
All right, that's good. And so we agreed that there's no miters, but it's actual corners. That's what was the original look.
Okay. I assume there's no public comment to this application? Okay, does a commissioner want to make a motion?
What is this? 1509?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'll do it. I move that we issue a certificate of appropriateness for 1509 Forest, landmark within the Lakeshore Historic District, 20 Pres 0310, for replacing the existing, actually for removing the existing aluminum siding on the house and the garage and replacing it after application of insulation, apparently, with hardy board, plank lap siding. I believe it's a 5-inch exposure, if I'm not mistaken.
Let me see, I think we agreed on 4.
Pardon me?
I think we set 4. The siding exposure is gonna be 4 and the corners will be 4 inches as well.
I didn't think you could get the hardy in a 4.
You might be right.
I think it's
Yeah,
5-inch. It's 5-inch exposure.
I think you're at 5.
It's 5.
Okay.
But I think we're fine with that.
It was,
All
yeah,
right, great, thank you.
it was,
Not to worry.
I guess it was 4-inch corner boards, and applicable standards for alteration 1 through 10.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roll call vote?
Commissioner Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Reinhold,
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan,
Yes.
Commissioner Idle,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick.
Okay, motion passes 8-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, guys, for your hard work. It's really late and it's still working. I really appreciate it. Have a good
Okay,
one.
Kate, you want to introduce the next one?
All at home.
2027 Orrington Avenue, 20 PRES 0318. Kyle Donahue submits for a COA to remove the existing 8-inch exposure aluminum siding from the main house and install new vinyl siding, double 4-inch exposure. Applicable standards, alteration 1 through 10.
Okay, if the applicant wants to go ahead and present. Is there someone here to present for 2027 Orrington? I think we've only continued this once, right? Okay.
We have continued it once. I have never been able to get in contact with the contractor.
Should we
despite multiple
continue it
phone calls.
again and give them one more try and then it?
We could, and the only reason I would say that that's really prudent is I have been able to get in touch with the homeowner on multiple occasions. So I can try again and.
Why don't we do that? And then if next time they're not present, then we can remove it.
The only reason that you could take action on it is that I just personally don't think the vinyl siding is appropriate. So I don't know if you want them to just.
I mean, do the commissioners want to make a motion without a presentation? It's an aluminum siding house that's proposed to have new vinyl siding.
Well, not only is it new vinyl siding, but it looks like it's 8 inches with a crease in it. So it'll look like two layers or two things of 4-inch siding. So I would be against it as well. Why don't we just?
Do we want to make a motion then?
Make a motion. Yeah.
Can I just ask real quick though? I'm not familiar with what double 4-inch exposure. Is that what Commissioner Cohen just mentioned? It's like.
No. I think it looks like 2 pieces of 4-inch bevel.
But it's actually one piece.
Yeah.
And it has a little 4
It's
inches
just,
of bevel.
it's molded with a little offset.
Hardy board does it too.
Yeah, it's
Oh, I
one,
didn't know
one
that,
piece
do
with a
they?
fold in the middle to make it look like 2 4s.
All right, why don't we, I'll make a positive motion just for the sake of voting on it.
Okay.
So I'll move that we issue a certificate of appropriateness for 2027 Orrington Avenue, Northeast Historic District for the removal of the existing 8-inch exposure aluminum siding and install new vinyl siding, double 4-inch exposure instead. Applicable standards for alteration are 1 through 10.
Second, anyone for second?
Second.
Commissioner Sullivan? Okay, roll call vote.
Commissioner Simon,
No.
Commissioner Reinhold,
No.
Commissioner Bodan,
No.
Commissioner Idle,
No.
Commissioner Morris,
No.
Commissioner Sullivan,
No.
Commissioner Cohen,
No.
Commissioner Dudnick.
No.
Okay, 0-8, so the motion doesn't pass. Okay, so moving on to the next one, 2009 Dodge Avenue.
20 PRES 0317, Juan Rosas submits for a COA to remove existing aluminum siding from the main house, install new hardy plank siding, 4-inch exposure, retain wood siding and shakes under the front gable, replace existing roof asphalt shingles with asphalt shingles. Applicable standards, alteration 1 through 10.
Is there someone here to present for this application? No?
This one also, both the property owner and the contractor are unresponsive.
So this property, actually, I met with the contractor a couple months back, I think before when it was initially submitted. I know, Kate, you've had some difficulties getting a hold of them. They are proposing a hardy plank system. They remove the aluminum siding and put a hardy plank system on. And we did, I think, as a pre-review, ask them for more information on the corner situation of the existing siding, and they were looking into getting that. It is a landmark home, not in a historic district. It is landmarked because of historical significance, not architectural significance. So I would be of the opinion to continue this one to next month and see if we can get a hold of them. I don't know if you have a different opinion, Cade.
And I'm fine in this instance either way.
Does anyone want to make a motion?
I love the porch on the side.
I'll move that we continue the case for 2009 Dodge Avenue for the meeting of February 2021.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Sullivan. Roll call vote.
Commissioner Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Reinhold,
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan,
Yes.
Commissioner Idle, Commissioner
Ken?
Morris. Oh, yep, sorry, Ken,
Yes, sorry.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick.
Yes.
Okay. Two more. So we're on to new business.
This notice is a treat. 416 Lake Street, 20 PRES 0330. Paul Janicki, architect of record, applies for a COA to construct a new single-car alley-accessible garage in the R1 single-family residential district in Lakeshore Historic District. Additionally, the applicant submits for major zoning relief, specifically seeking proposed building lot coverage of 49.25%, where 30% is the maximum permitted, and 42.45% is a legally non-conforming condition. A proposed impervious surface ratio of 65.6%, where 45% is the maximum permitted, and 58.5% is a legally non-conforming condition. A 0-foot rear yard setback where 3 feet is required. Eaves which encroach on the required rear yard by 100%, where 10% is the maximum permitted, and 5 foot 1 inch of separation between the proposed accessory structure and the extant principal structure, where 10 feet is required. The Historic Preservation Commission will provide a recommendation to the Zoning Board of Appeals, the determining body for this case, applicable standards, construction 1 through 5, 7 and 8, 10, 11, and 13 and 14.
Okay, so in addition to this too, there was also a memorandum sent by staff with their recommendation for this application. They actually recommended that the commission provide a positive recommendation to the Zoning Board of Appeals for the proposed major zoning relief. So with that, is the applicant here to present?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Paul.
Hi. Hi, how you doing?
Good.
Well, this project is sort of unique and not so unique. If you want to scroll down, Cade, maybe to there's like a city map. Keep going. There we go. If you come back, yeah. The subject property is there where it says, you know, proposed garage, and they strangely like made it up this these lots in this block, and I live in this block. This is my alley, but there's some really weird non-conforming lots at either end of the alley. As you can see, they're both like these really pencil thin lots, and over time all of these houses have dealt with trying to provide parking, and they've all gotten variances. And in fact, the one at the very far south of the alley, on the same side of the alley, I worked on that project as well to get them a garage. And it was sort of the same condition. It's like everything's non-conforming, you know, lot line, setbacks, distance from house to accessory building, imperviousness, you know, lot coverage. It's all totally not, everything's not conforming about these lots. So the hardship here, and our feeling of the hardship here, is everyone else has dealt with getting a garage, and we only really have room for a 1-car garage, and that's sort of what we're proposing. We're proposing it being right on the alley because that's sort of the edge. Most of the garages are right on that 3-foot, you know, apron setback. So we felt that was appropriate. We also didn't want to put it back in the corner of the lot, because then you would just be paving more impervious stuff to get to the garage. So it just seemed real logical to have it there. We tried to keep it as small as we could, tried to match the roof pitch with the existing house and the details and the clapboard and the belt course. So that's kind of it in a nutshell.
Melissa, I don't know if you showed it already, but there's a rendering that Paul did.
I think it's the next slide, actually.
It's actually the most
Yeah.
informative piece of the application, I think, for the commissioners. In my opinion, it is a unique situation. And I think that Paul has come up with a pretty sensitive solution to it. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
I have a question. Did the owner or yourself consider a non-enclosed parking like pad, or I know carports aren't something here, but in Evanston really, but
I think because of where we're living, the climate, I think if we were in California or something, I think a carport would be okay. Although I think a carport next to a Queen Anne might look pretty unusual. I don't know.
I agree.
No,
yeah, I like your design a lot. I'm just trying to, so obviously it's cramped. That's
yeah, it's a pretty cramped site, that's for sure.
yeah. And a parking pad, then that just didn't meet the program, what the owner wanted.
Yeah, it didn't meet the program.
The protection that they would be, yeah, okay.
Right, exactly.
Paul, for me, the important thing was the letter from the adjacent property owner saying they have no objection.
Right. I think there's 2 letters actually, Stuart.
I'm sorry, 2 letters.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone else have any other questions? Is there anyone here from the public to speak to this application? No? Okay. Is anyone, for this one, we will, I believe, Cade, we have to make 2 motions, 2 independent motions, correct?
You will. You make a motion on issuing the COA and then a separate motion on the zoning recommendations.
Okay, so if anyone would be willing to make a motion for the COA and then a recommendation to the Zoning Board of Appeals for the major variance.
Good, if I don't have to read the whole thing that he read.
I think that'd be fine.
No, I want the entire thing read.
Okay, no way in hell. I move that we issue a certificate of appropriateness for 416 Lake Street in the Lakeshore Historic District, 20 Pres 0330, for the construction of a single car alley accessible garage in the district. That's basically all we're talking about here, by the way. And that would be applicable standards for construction 1 through 5, 7 through 8, 10 through 11, and 13 and 14. And Kate, am I correct that this would be the zoning standards under 615.11.5? And I think it's standard A.
That's correct.
Okay.
But that would be a separate.
That's a separate motion, Elliot. You're not that lucky.
No,
is there a second for the COA?
I second.
Commissioner Cohen, sorry, Aleka.
That's
Okay, roll call vote on the COA.
Commissioner Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Reinhold,
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan,
Yes.
Commissioner Idle,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick.
Okay, Elliot, you want to make a recommendation for the zoning?
For the same case, for 416 Lake, same one car garage. That I move that we make a positive recommendation to the Board of Appeal for this case and for all of the requested variations in setbacks, eaves, yard, lot coverage, and you name it. They'd fill in all the blanks. And I believe it's standard A, which for those who are not looking, is that it's necessary and or appropriate in the interest of historic conservation, not to adversely affect the historical architecture or aesthetic integrity of the landmark or the character of the district.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Chair Simon, roll call vote.
Commissioner Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Reinhold,
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan,
Yes.
Commissioner Idle,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick.
Yes.
Thank you, Paul.
Thanks,
Thank
Paul.
you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. Good
Okay.
night.
Next application, 110 Burnham Place.
110 Burnham Place, 20 PRES 0332. Brad and Anna Corey, owners of record, apply for COA to replace multiple steel windows with aluminum clad wood windows, construct an attached garage addition on the front facing north elevation, and construct a two-story sunroom addition to the south elevation in the R1 single family residential zoning district in Lakeshore Historic District. Applicable standards: alteration 1 through 10, construction 1 through 8 and 10 through 15, and demolition 1 through 6.
Okay, Brad, do you want to present? Do you have someone else presenting?
My name is Scott Walker. I'm working for the Coreys and as the general contractor, and I think I have a little better. Brad can jump in as he wants, but the Coreys bought this Hempel home just late last year, and looking forward to restoring it. It has been under the similar owner for a long time and has gone to a lot of disrepair. And the Coreys are currently Evanston residents and looking forward to restoring this place. I can happy to explain, or if there are other questions, but you can see from the, we can start with the windows, standard Hempel steel windows with the center operating in-swing casement. In this case, they're in terrible shape. Obviously the window quality is there, and Marvin is making such a good window. I've replaced other Hempel windows with their similar design, where their light pattern is obviously can be identical, with very similar in size to glass clear opening. The simulated divided light gives me a 7/8 mutton versus right now it's closer to 5/8 with the steel and the glazing on each side. Makes them operable, meets egress, meets the IECC. Most important, they work. Obviously, my goal in, throughout the window replacement is to replace them identically as is. And with the new additions that we're talking in the new windows, we're matching the details to a T, so it does keep the flow going of the original design. To the addition work, there is a jalousied porch on the south side of the property, 1 story on only a few footings. So it would be not able to construct a 2nd floor addition on, and it's not in the greatest shape either as right now. It was originally just a covered porch with no windows or no jalousie, no screen. We're going to create a sunroom there, which would be on the south side. And then the other addition is to add a garage to the west side of the property, single car. And again, just for, we feel the look and separating from the original structure to have an open walkway that would lead to the rear yard. All details would be matched from the stone that he used to the slate roof that was replaced, I think, maybe 5 or 6 years ago with the previous owner due to hail damage. So the slate roof is in perfect shape with copper details. We plan on matching. Any questions?
The Marvin window you're proposing to use is a very high quality window, but I'm just wondering why the existing elevation that we're looking at on our screen, which shows the steel windows the original Hemphill house had, but when we go to the north elevation, it's not showing double hung windows.
I'm doing casement windows, sir.
Those are casement windows?
Yes, sir.
If you look at the two windows on the ground floor, to the right and to the left of the entryway, there's a small window. And then tell me about the big window. That looks like it's about a 4 foot by 5 foot window. That is not a single casement in anything I've seen.
So they're big fixed pictures.
They're fixed.
Yeah, they're right now on the existing ones, just the center,
Okay.
the center two panes operate.
Do we have a photograph of that?
You know, the drawings are so bad that it's hard to tell, but I understand what you're telling me. Thank you. That
I
explains
apologize.
it.
I mean, so there's my typical casement window that I'll do where
Okay.
as the Hemphill had that center one just operating.
Oh, I know why I'm confused, because you started off showing us a double hung window. Not a casement, not a Marvin casement.
I know why you're confused.
Why'd you do that?
confused, Commissioner Cohen. That's from the application document. It's like a stock. It should have been removed. It's like a
Yeah,
stock
but
window.
I know, but the casement window, the Marvin casement windows do not look like the double hungs.
I'm not sure where I've shown a double hung window.
Oh,
It was
sorry.
just a
It was the
standard
first
wood
image
window
that
sheet.
came up on our
Yeah.
screen. Okay,
I
get it.
have a question on the north elevation. I don't know if we can go back to the north. So in the site plan, I realized that the garage is obviously getting fairly close to your property line on the one side. So I just had a question about the link that you propose in between the new garage, the single car garage, and the existing garage. It's about 4 feet wide, and it pushes you closer to the property line to introduce that kind of open air link between the two garages. I was curious what the mindset was behind that, because obviously if you remove that link, it would push you further away from your neighboring property line.
With that garage, we will be 5'6" off of the west property line, which meets zoning. We obviously could have the garage be bigger, being 4 foot bigger than the 16'6" as we're proposing it. We preferred with the quarries is the design for the link, but the property can handle the size of garage being added to it. So I understand your point. I think the quarries would probably choose a larger garage and still remain 5'6" off the west property.
I think the suggestion was that you shorten the house, not that you increase the size of the garage, but that's your option to do as you
Understand.
please.
So I had another question, Mr. Walker, is the window that you were proposing to change that's over the existing garage, the original window was obviously that smaller single circular window.
Yep.
And you're proposing to do the larger window. Can you talk a little bit about the differences and why you're proposing that? I believe it was showing to be in a sitting room, correct?
Correct. So where that the circular window is now is in the existing, is a bedroom. And that room with the new design will be a link sitting room going to the new bedroom that is over the new garage. So we were looking for more light in, period.
And
That's
the idea of using a double window, whereas everything else on that second floor is kind of a single. It catches your eye with the rhythm is the only reason why I'm asking.
Understood.
Yeah, it'd be
Same with
nicer
the back
as
of the
it'd be nicer as a single window, because then you'd get them all marching along, but that's again up to you.
Same with the arch versus the flat arch.
I can take the recommendation. I understand. We've talked about it both ways. We're just trying to get maximum light into that room because it's the only window of a center room, interior room.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your
Sure.
answer. Does any of the other commissioners have any questions?
I'm wondering why, since it's a requirement of the submission and this somehow got past the pre-review, there isn't a three-dimensional representation of what this is all going to look like.
So since I was on the pre-review with my fellow commissioner, I think the idea, we did request that they update their application to show the existing versus the proposed, which I believe Mr. Walker was probably the one that did that, but They did change their application since the time we saw it of the pre-review to show the comparison elevations and to show different line weights for the different additions. But we did not require that a 3D rendering be done.
And can you confirm, are you replacing all of the windows?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that, you know how you're increasing the operable part of the window to be all of it for egress? Is that, are you doing that specifically to comply with egress, or was that just what's available?
One, it keeps the same light pattern, but yes, I get to meet egress. Also gives the same feeling of weight of what the windows are there, because the steel windows that Hempel did are very obviously lightweight and show that 4/4 light pattern, the typical window on the second floor. By the new Marvin window, yes, there is a more wood surround and the sash for the perimeter of it, but the middle window feels almost identical to the original, but the full window operates.
Okay. And will the two large windows on either side of the front door, will those be fixed?
Those will be fixed in the same light patterns that are there now.
Okay, that sounds good.
Are there any other questions before we ask for public comment? No? Is there anyone here from the public that would like to speak? No?
Can we see the other elevations again? Can you change those? Thank you.
Has there been any question or any discussions with your neighbor to the side of the garage? Has there been any conversation with them?
We have not met them, and maybe I'm speaking, Brad, that Anna did maybe meet her, but it's a very quiet woman. Very.
Yeah, we've spoken to her. She seems relieved that someone is fixing up this house. In fact, on an unsolicited basis, we've had several neighbors come up to us and express relief that someone is fixing up a house that they thought was an eyesore for the neighborhood. So that's the only feedback we've gotten.
I had a long conversation, probably a half hour, 45 minutes, with the neighbor to the south who called in after receiving the public notice. They did not say if they were opposed or supportive. They were essentially just relieved that the proposed addition wasn't close to their property line.
Okay. Do the commissioners have any other items they'd like to discuss?
Yeah, one more question, just about that back porch, the one with the jalousie windows. Was that original to the building, or what can you tell me about that?
That was an open porch. It had the stone corners and a flat roof on it with the railing system. The door coming off the second floor is there and is original. Someone added the jalousied windows in the last 70 years, and it's fallen apart. I did offer a bunch of photos in there if the but I don't know, Kate, if in the original package I gave you a lot of photos, but.
And just to confirm, this is not a landmark building, but it's in a Lakeshore Historic District.
That's it.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Right.
For my own curiosity, Scott, can you explain the pass-through garage and the second garage door and where it leads and
Sure.
why?
As the Corys and I have worked on that floor plan to the west, they just feel it's much more welcoming for guests to come through the link to their, backyard entertaining versus have someone walk over on a 5-foot sidewalk on the west side of the property. So
Well, I mean the second garage door itself, Scott.
Right now, they currently have that same situation on their home, and they've really enjoyed the, again, entertaining part of it, to be able to, you're not driving a car through, but it is an easy way to have both accesses to that garage from the front and the rear,
Hmm.
whether it be storage or passage.
Okay, thank you.
Are we ready to make a motion? Please,
Sure, I'll make one.
thank you.
Last chance. Okay, make a motion to issue a certificate of appropriateness for 110 Burnham Place in Lakeshore Historic District to replace multiple steel windows with aluminum clad Marvin wood windows, construct an attached garage addition on the front facing north elevation, and construct a 2-story sunroom addition to the south elevation. The applicable standards are alteration 1 through 10, construction 1 through 8, and 10 through 15, and demolition 1 through 6.
Is there a second? Commissioner
Second.
Sullivan? Roll call vote?
Commissioner Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Reinhold,
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan,
Yes.
Commissioner Idle,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Yes.
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick.
Yes.
Motion pass 8-0. Thank you, and thank you for being so patient.
No, thank you all very much.
Commissioners, I appreciate you plowing through tonight. I've watched the whole show and I appreciate you not pushing us.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
We'll see you
All right,
again.
good night.
Good night.
Okay, the next item is the approval of the meeting minutes for December 8th. I don't know if anyone had submitted any edits to Cade. Elliot, that's usually your job.
I did not receive any.
No, it's the job of the secretary.
Okay, so it's Beth's job now.
I was gonna say, I did read these ones this time. I was fine with them. I didn't see anything inappropriate or unwarranted.
I'm
So does,
on this one anyway, because I wasn't at the meeting.
would anyone like to approve the meeting minutes?
I'll do it. Do I
Okay.
move to approve them or?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I move to approve the meeting minutes of December 8th, 2020.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Stuart. Roll call?
Commissioner Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Reinhold,
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan,
Yes.
Commissioner Idle,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
I'm going to abstain because I wasn't there.
Commissioner Dudnick as well.
Same.
So 6.
6 with
6-0.
2 abstentions. So, okay, so I don't know the 2021 meeting schedule. I don't know if I saw anything specific to that. Do you have anything outline that, or is it just approval of the second Tuesday of the month?
It's every second Tuesday of the month works. I don't see any conflicts with holiday schedules, school schedule. So that's what I would recommend.
Okay.
There is a note for the December meeting. It says that it'll be
That's right.
December 7th and
Thank
it's
you
the
for
first
thank you for reminding me. We did
secretary. I read these things, you know.
we did request that that be the first Tuesday because it conflicts with the zoning board meeting. It's really up to you. The only reason it comes up sometimes is when cases try to meet both boards for approval.
So we would do the second Tuesday of every month, with the exception of December would be the first Tuesday.
Correct.
Okay, can someone make a motion for approval with that recommendation?
I can. I move that we approve the 2021 schedule as laid out in this memo.
Okay, Mark seconds. Roll call vote?
Commissioner Simon,
Yes.
Commissioner Reinhold,
Yes.
Commissioner Bodan,
Yes.
Commissioner Idle,
Yes.
Commissioner Morris,
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Sorry, yes.
Commissioner Cohen,
Yes.
Commissioner Dudnick.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Okay, next discussion item is the PACE CTA bus shelters and ADA pads. So this was a recommendation, right?
Yeah, it's just a recommendation, and then a requirement of their federal funding is a written report by staff based on your recommendation. Essentially, they are, one is very limited. They want to install concrete pads that meet from the sidewalk to the curb. And then beyond that, they just want to ask if shelters themselves would be something that you would be opposed to in historic districts or not.
Do we have any discussion, comments on that?
So my only question is, and I wasn't on the commission then, but so is this kind of a question that's similar to light posts and the design thereof? You know, like, do we want things to be coordinated, and or is this like a standalone feature that we would never have to consider in relation to another item?
So I think with the light posts, right, Cade, they proposed what their design that they were looking at, and we were able to see.
For the shelters, you mean?
No, for the light post.
That was for the light posts when it came in front of us before.
Oh,
So I don't know if do they have a design of the shelters that they were thinking of, or is this something that would
They
just be left
showed-
open-ended?
they showed 5 options. I don't see that they're willing to, basically it's one of the 5 or nothing, and they're fine with nothing. And then of those 5, the transportation planner for the city selected 2 which better meet accessibility goals.
They're also narrower, the 2 that were selected, aren't they?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Do we want to look at pictures of those before we?
Yeah, they should be included in here, Melissa.
Oh, yeah. Can you scroll down to those?
We can move forward.
I didn't print out the whole package.
So it's there.
345, page
They-
345.
Don't leave too much to the imagination.
Which one are they?
So 5 and 6 are the 3-foot deep ones, whereas everything else is a 5-foot depth. And the little print right above 5 and 6 says in which cases they would use them. It says use the 3-foot ones, you know, in which our full-size 5-foot deep shelter would not fit or meet ADA regulations.
And so it would be, they would be either 5 or 6. Is that what the point of that was? Because we're always going to be in tight spaces, and otherwise it won't fit.
It also means that if it's raining, you're going to get wet regardless of the shelter.
I was gonna say this, yeah, 3
No.
feet doesn't do a whole lot for you.
Yeah.
Unless the rain is coming from behind you, these aren't really going to do much for you.
We're not
mean,
designing the
some
shelters.
shelter.
I just don't think there are preservation issues that we
Yeah.
make any recommendations on.
We're just trying to be practical.
Not our job. We're
Do-
totally impractical all the time. Alan.
Do we have to make an actual like motion for a recommendation on this?
No. It's just
Okay.
discussion.
It's just discussion.
And then I'll take that discussion and write a very short memo for the transportation planner.
So does anyone have any comments they want Cade to include in his write-up? Or are we okay with just allowing them to pick the best?
Anybody have any idea of what kind of criteria you would apply to making that selection?
I think
In
we
this
would,
instance, it's whatever criteria you wish.
I wouldn't say that, Cade. Especially not at 11:09.
I feel like my opinion would be is whatever they do, they should make them all consistent. So whatever they do, just don't have half be number 5 and half be number 6. Just pick one and go with it consistently.
I would completely agree with Ken's comment on that.
Yes, good point.
Okay,
Would
so
you-
we're gonna roll with that.
But question real quick, so some of the parkways are really deep and there is plenty of room for a 5-foot one. In those cases, would we still go with the 3-foot just for consistency?
I would believe so. I think when I talked to the transportation planner about the preference for the narrower ones that are more open. It was also easier for those with accessibility needs to get in and out of the shelter.
The 3-footer?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Are there any location, I mean, I guess I would just say if there are any locations that are in front of a prominent landmark on a small lot, maybe I mean, do we care or would we have any, would they ever come back to us if they have any wiggle room? They probably wouldn't have any wiggle room because the bus stop is where the bus stop is.
Yeah, I mean, we could certainly put something where we would recommend just a preliminary review once they determine where they would go, because it was very ambiguous. They just said there's like 30 potential locations that may or may not receive them ever.
That's interesting, because if it does block the view of some magnanimous landmark, maybe we'd want to.
Yeah, maybe the primary facade of a landmark building.
Primary, yeah, agree.
Somehow sits right in front of the front entrance of something or whatever. You never know.
Yeah. All you see is a bus shelter.
They're never going to put them in landmark districts. Don't worry. No bus lines in those areas.
Okay, so
Can you just add that type of verbiage, Cade, to?
Yeah.
Kay, do we know in a more specific way locations that they think they want to put these in within landmark districts? I mean, are they in front of homes, for instance?
I mean, what I could do is look at all 30 bus locations, stop
Oh my
locations
God.
in the district, and then try to identify some that are problematic. But they essentially just said all 30 stops have potential for this.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the big white panels, and that's advertising, right?
Correct, that would be.
All right.
okay. The next discussion item was the potential preservation program changes and the 2021 retreat, which Kate, if you want to maybe give a brief overview of your memorandum with, I believe, Alderman Nguyen's comments, right?
Yeah, it's quite long. I just to preface it a little bit, my conversations with Mark about it, I think it would be maybe beneficial to not really spend a ton of time on it, especially considering the time of night, and potentially put together a smaller group of commissioners to review it in more detail moving forward. Essentially what happened was Alderman Nguyen made a referral at City Council maybe 2 months ago, I would say 2 or 3 months ago, for the Community Development Department to review efficiencies related to preservation-based permit issuance. And then as part of that, the Community Development Director asked that we look at various comparable communities and put together a list of a wide-ranging list of potential program changes or additions in this instance. I think the most relevant things in this memo are the first couple of paragraphs. Essentially, to summarize, I think that largely we're being as efficient as possible. I didn't recommend any changes to the rules or the ordinance. I think that they're pretty effective. There are some ordinance changes that can strengthen the ordinance. That's just up to you if you think they're worth pursuing. But they're not related to review efficiencies, really.
I mean, what it boils down to is about 10 or 15 very specific items. And so I think we should do as we've done in the past with the ordinance committee and the design overhaul, and have like however many commissioners want to, like 3, at least let's say 3, to be a subcommittee with meetings, a couple of meetings to go through it. And then I think for the benefit of the commission as a whole, we've hoped to have more interaction with the city about what we're doing and why this can be such a, sometimes seem to citizens like a arduous process. And I think this is an opportunity to kind of go over with the city what we do and how there's nothing, as the memo concludes, there's nothing wrong with our procedures. They're just, there's just a lot of hard cases, a lot of cases that do not fit neatly within the box. But I think it's both, we need to be responsive to the thoughts and make some, changes, specific changes, and then also, try to take the opportunity to have better communications with the city about what we're doing and why.
Mhm.
I know I'd like to participate in the subcommittee. Are there others who'd like to participate?
I can do it with you, Mark.
It'd be great. It'd be great if we could get a third person too, and then Kate, you can put together a meeting.
Sure.
It'd probably just give me like one meeting a month for 3 months or something and be done with it.
I could probably do that. I could probably do that.
That'd be great. 1 hour meeting per month. No.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, not a 5-hour meeting.
And then given this, like the retreat, I know the city felt, as I'm sure we would, that we should have a retreat again. I think we had one last May or so. But I think maybe if we could brainstorm for topics and come back next month with a list of topics, and then, maybe we end up doing it in the summer. Maybe there's some way by the summer to do it outside together. Who knows?
We didn't have one last year, did we, in 2020?
We did. We had one like in May.
And we just didn't do all the things that we planned on.
But we did like a 2 or 3 hour retreat
Got it.
on a Saturday, I think. Or Friday.
I think largely the loftiest goal that I would have for the program itself is a preservation plan. That's not something that the commission would prepare itself, but something you would try to fund through CLG funding, matching funds, and have oversight over, from the commission. I don't know if that would be a worthy topic of the retreat. What is involved in that? What are the benefits of having one? Out of all the comparative communities that we looked at, that was really the glaring. There are two glaring aspects. One, which is great, which is the number of landmark properties. It's like, awesome, let's have more. And then two was the only community without a formalized plan.
And Kate, excuse me, what kind of funding did you say that was? CLG?
It's the Certified Local Government Program, which is run through the state, which we're a member of. Essentially, what you can apply when they have funding available. It's not always available, and then it ends up being most often 70% state funded, 30% match is pretty common.
Okay.
Okay, so maybe we'll touch on that after we get some of the subcommittees, and then they can report back to the commission as a whole.
That's great.
Okay, well, with that, does anyone want to make a motion to adjourn?
Sure. No.
Don't all jump at once.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, thanks, Stuart.
I was told we don't need a roll call vote for adjournments. Also.
No, I don't think we do. Do we even need a second? We just need do we need a second?
I think we all.
I'm just gonna second it.
I'm the queen of seconds tonight, so.
Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Good night.
Good night,
everyone.
Good night.
Night all. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.